Chapter 831. It was daytime right now, and people from the school did not dare to go down the mountain. Therefore, a lot of people had noticed this. The leader, the masters, and the disciples were all paying attention. "Leader, it seems like Master Yi has made a breakthrough?" The headmaster of the school said to Li Zhongfeng with a smile. Li Zhongfeng said happily, "This is a good thing. Master Yi has indeed reached half-step king warrior realm at such a young age. His improvement is so fast. Leader, Master Yi has made a breakthrough in his cultivation. We should go congratulate him." The second master, who was also at late seas of Soul's realm, suggested. Li Zhongfeng nodded. "You are right. We should go and congratulate him." Just like that, Li Zhongfeng brought a bunch of inner masters and a couple of core disciples to congratulate Yi Qin. It was a very grand occasion. Although Yi Qin did not like it, he did not want to be treated coldly either. So he accepted their kindness. "Gao Ziyuan, you stay." Before everyone left, Yi Qin called out to Gao Ziyuan. "Me." Gao Ziyuan was a bit surprised. Li Zhongfeng was also very surprised, but he did not think that Yi Qin would do anything to Gao Ziyuan. He thought that he would probably give him something good. So he said, "Ziyuan, master, Yi asked you to stay, so you should stay." "Yes, leader." Gao Ziyuan stayed. Waiting until everyone left, Yi Qin said to Gao Ziyuan, "I have been observing you secretly. Your mental state has already reached late seas of Soul's realm. As long as you have enough resources, you will be able to increase your cultivation in a short period of time. Reaching peak level late seas of Soul's realm will not be hard at all." Gao Ziyuan held his fists together and said, "Thank you for the compliment, master. But the school does not have enough resources. Being able to train with top-rank spirit stones, I am already satisfied." He had already learned from the leader that the reason why the school was able to give out enough top-rank spirit stones was because of Yi Qin's support. Right now, the school is still very weak. There are not many powerful warriors. I alone will not be able to make the school prosper. I will still need you guys. A sect couldn't do without peak experts, but it also couldn't be without a backbone. Peak experts were used to intimidate others, and only the backbone could do the real thing. Otherwise, if Yi Qin had to worry about everything, wouldn't he have no time to cultivate? Ziyuan has the confidence to reach late sea of Soul realm within 2 years. Gao Ziyuan cursed. 2 years is too long. Yi Qin shook his head and took out 10 Zhanyuan crystals from his storage ring, handing them over. "These are Zhanyuan crystals, enough for you to reach the peak of late sea of Soul realm. As for how long it will take, it will depend on your foundation." No matter how high one's state of mind was, one's foundation had to be solid. It was like a wooden bucket filled with water. There could not be a single shortcoming. Zhanyuan crystal. Gao Ziyuan was shocked. These were even better training items than extreme rank spirit stones. Could it be that Yi Qin could create Zhanyuan crystals himself? Normally, only life and death realm warriors could do it. But nothing was absolute, and a small portion of half-step king warriors could do it as well. Gao Ziyuan thought that these Zhanyuan crystals were created by Yi Qin himself, so he did not expect it to be from somewhere else. "Go." Yi Qin waved his hand. "Thank you, Master Yi." Gao Ziyuan walked out of the Great Master's palace gratefully. With these Zhanyuan crystals, he had the confidence to reach mid-sea of Soul realm within half a month. As for late sea of Soul realm, it would depend on the situation. Sword realm. On a small mountain deep in the back of the mountains, Yi Qin was surrounded by a blue chi flow, covering hundreds of miles of area within a second. Ting! Ting! Countless sword cries rang out. In the void, many green swords were condensed. The swords were long and narrow, flashing with a cold light, causing people to shudder. "Go!" Yi Qin yelled with a low voice. "Shoo! Shoo! Shoo! Shoo!" Thousands of blue great swords shot out, flying across the top of the mountain in front of them. Their speed was extremely shocking, not much slower than the defensive sword spell. Without a sound, the top of the mountain in front of them seemed to have been eroded by the wind. Countless dust particles were blown into the air before disappearing along with the wind. After reaching the high-rank half-step king warrior realm, the sword realm's coverage has increased a lot, and its attacking power has increased a lot as well. Each blue great sword has the power of a peak level late C of Soul Realm Warrior's full power attack. Although a peak level late C of Soul Realm Warrior could attack multiple times within a second, tens of thousands of blue great swords would be equivalent to thousands of peak level late C of Soul Realm Warriors attacking at once. I am afraid it would be able to easily kill a top half-step king warrior at the first level of the life and death challenge. Even a second-level warrior would not be able to survive. The sword realm was extremely useful. No matter if it was a one-on-one battle or facing a group of warriors, it would have a huge destructive power. Days passed by, and Yi Chen's mid-rank sword forging art had finally reached perfection. Next, he would be able to forge top-rank great swords. However, Yi Chen did not give up just like that. He spent all of his attention on learning the profound. The higher the profound, the harder it would be to improve. No matter how talented one was or how high one's comprehensive ability was, one would not be able to improve one's profound that fast. This was something that Yi Chen had already felt. However, after forging great swords for a long time, Yi Chen's understanding of the metal profound was extremely deep. He was just a step away from making a breakthrough. All of the metals are formed by the metal yuan qi, but some of them are extremely hard to destroy, while some of them are just scrap metal that can be easily broken. This is caused by the different arrangement of the metal yuan qi. As long as I can understand some of the rules, it will not be too hard for me to make a breakthrough in my metal profound. Yi Chen calmed down and started to learn the metal profound. Half a month later, a sharp golden light shone from Yi Chen's body. His whole body seemed like a sharp great sword that could pierce through people. My metal profound has finally reached 90% completion. Standing on top of a mountain, Yi Chen could feel that the metal yuan qi in the surroundings was very friendly to him. He could easily control it, and compared to before, it was much easier to control. Cut! Raising his right hand, Yi Chen threw out a palm attack. Swoosh! The black crescent-shaped sword energy flashed past, and more than a dozen mountains were cut in half. Nothing could stop the sword energy. 90% metal profound and 60% water profound. The power of waning moon is indeed a lot stronger. What a pity if only the water profound was raised to 90% as well. With the two fusing together, the power of the waning moon would be doubled. Without worrying too much, Yi Chen did not expect to comprehend many profounds to completion before life and death realm. What he needed now was accumulation. The higher the realm of the profounds, the more complete they would be after reaching life and death realm, which would save him a lot of effort. Another half a month passed by. During this time, Yi Chen had only casually forged 2 upper-rank swords and spent the rest of the time on increasing his power. Although it was just a casual process, Yi Chen had trained his mid-rank sword forging art to perfection. The upper-rank swords he forged were all mid-rank, not bad at all. On top of the mountain, Yi Chen waved his sword, causing the space to twist. Sometimes it was like a frozen mirror, and other times it shattered. The power of space spread out in all directions, looking extremely frightening. What's going on? Putting away his sword, Yi Chen spread out his soul power, spreading it to the headquarters of the school. On the huge plaza in front of the main hall, a group of people were confronting 3 youngsters. These 3 youngsters were 2 males and 1 female. The man standing next to the girl was about 25 or 26 years old, wearing black robes. He had a handsome face, and his arrogance and disdain were not hidden at all. The girl standing next to him was very pretty, although she was not as pretty as Murong Qingcheng. she was still a rare beauty. Her eyes were extremely attractive, like precious stones. The young man in blue robes behind the two was even more shocking. His cultivation was unfathomable, and he stood with his hands behind his back, looking very calm. On the side of the school, the leader was Gao Ziyuan. Looking at the girl next to the handsome young man, a painful expression flashed through Gao Ziyuan's face. After a while, he said slowly, "What are you doing here? Are you laughing at me?" The pretty girl studied him and said, "I did not expect you to reach peak level mid-sea of Soul's realm already. It is really out of my expectation. Unfortunately, staying in the school has already sealed your future. Even if you manage to become a half-step king warrior, your youth will be gone. So what? Plus, I believe that the school will rise again." Within this 1 month, Gao Ziyuan had already reached peak level mid-sea of Soul's realm from early sea of Soul's realm. It was all thanks to the Zhan Yuan crystals that Yi Chan had given him. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to reach this fast with only top-rank spirit stones. Don't lie to yourself. Of course, how you are right now has nothing to do with me anymore. I just do not want to see you fall further. The pretty girl shook her head. Sisterly, who are these 3 people? The disciples of the school had not gone down the mountain for a long time, so they did not know who they were. So they could only ask Li Chui, who had seen a lot of things. Li Chui said, "The one in black is the martial genius of the extreme heaven martial school, Yun Xiaoshui. The one in blue is the number 1 martial genius of the school, Ling Hui. And that girl is Brother Gao's ex-fiancé Mo Shouting." Then she pressed her lips together and looked at Gao Ziyuan worriedly. "What? Ling Hui and Yun Xiaoshui?" All of the disciples were shocked. Ling Hui was the number 1 martial genius of the Extreme Heaven Martial School, and he had reached half-step king warrior a couple of years ago. He was one of the top 3 half-step king warriors in the school. Although Yun Xiaoshui was not a half-step king warrior, he was still a powerful master level C of Soul's realm warrior. In other words, in the whole school, besides the great master Lu, no one would be able to compete with Ling Hui and Yun Xiaoshui. I heard from Shouting that you are very talented. You had already learned the sword intent when you were only 16, and it was a special kind of sword intent. I think it is just SOSO. Yun Xiaoshui, who was in black, purposely hugged Mo Shouting as he looked at Gao Ziyuan sarcastically. Gao Ziyuan's face twitched, but soon he calmed down again. The past was over, and Mo Shouting had already cancelled the engagement with him. There was no longer any relationship between them, and he had already decided to give up on her. Taking a deep breath, he said lightly, "Power is not something that can be seen." "Oh, it seems like you are very confident in yourself." Yun Xiaoshui cracked a smile, looking a bit evil. Although he was walking with Mo Shouting, he could tell that she had not forgotten about Gao Ziyuan, which annoyed him a lot. This time, it was his idea to come to the school. He wanted to beat Gao Ziyuan up in front of Mo Shouting and let her know who the real martial genius was. Chapter 832. Within the conference hall, the great elder of the inner sect asked Li Zhangfeng worriedly, "Master, should we head over to stop them?" Li Zhangfeng said, "This is a matter between the younger generation. Don't go and cause trouble for now. If we go, it won't be easy to resolve. Actually, it would be useless for them to go, since Ling Hui and Yun Xiaoshui's power was not something they could handle. Of course, if it really came to that, they would have to go even if they did not want to. As the leader of the school, they had to protect the school's dignity. But Ziyuan should not be Yun Xiaoshui's opponent. He had just broken through to the peak of mid-sea of Soul Realm. If they had come a few months later, it would have been great." The head elder did not doubt Gao Ziyuan's talent at all, but this Yun Xiaoshui was not easy to deal with either. With the gap of 1 realm, Gao Ziyuan's chance of winning was not high. We have to believe in Ziyuan. In recent years, he has rarely revealed his strength. Li Zhangfeng had quite a bit of confidence in Gao Ziyuan. If he could escape from Yun Xiaoshui's hands, it would be the best result. If he could even fight to a draw, then the school would definitely gain a lot of face. On Grand Supreme Elder's mountain peak, Yi Qin asked curiously, "Why didn't Elder Lu show up?" The next moment, Yi Qin came to a realization. Back then, when Master Lu targeted him, it was because he did not hide his cultivation at all, which was why Master Lu could sense it. Right now, Ling Hui did not expose any qi, so naturally, Master Lu would not be able to sense it. Although Master Lu was not in his right mind, he still cared about the school, subconsciously. Gao Ziyuan's qi is not weak at all. Battling with this Yun Xiaoshui, it is not like he has no chance of winning. It all depends on his profound sense. Oh right, he has also learned a special sword intent. I wonder what kind of sword intent it is. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, Yi Qin continued to use his soul power to observe the people on the main peak's plaza. "Since you are so confident, how about we spar? Don't worry, I will not kill you." Yun Xiaoshui licked his lips and suggested. "Okay, sure." Gao Ziyuan agreed right away. He was sure that if he didn't agree, the other party would definitely not let the matter rest. Since it was like that, it was better to fight him once. "Senior brother Gao, be careful," Li Chui reminded her from behind. "Senior brother Gao, you must defeat him." Wu Changxing did not have many scruples and directly shouted from the back. "I know." Gao Ziyuan looked very serious and sharp. After reaching peak level mid-sea of Soul's realm, he had experienced the one with the world, and all of his profound had improved. However, Yun Xiaoshui had one more experience, so his profound comprehension might not be weaker than his. Perhaps it might even be above him. The only advantage he had would be his sword intent, which would give him a sliver of hope. No matter what, he was still a powerful Sea of Soul's realm master level warrior. Seeing that the two were about to battle, Mo Xiaotang revealed a relieved expression. She took a step back and glanced at Yun Xiaoshui, but she looked at Gao Ziyuan for a longer time. "Ziyuan, I hope you don't blame me." Mo Xiaotang thought. On the plaza, everyone took a few steps back, creating a huge space for the two. Gao Ziyuan and Yun Xiaoshui stood 100 steps away from each other. "Take this." Yun Xiaoshui did not have time to waste with Gao Ziyuan. He wanted to beat Gao Ziyuan in the shortest time possible and step on him. His body flashed once, and his body shot out like flowing water. In the middle of his body, he tightened his right fist, which shone with a black halo. The space seemed to be vibrating a little, and with a slight twist, he threw out a punch toward Gao Ziyuan's head. Earth crack! Clang! The sword was unsheathed. Gao Ziyuan shouted in a low voice and leaned his body forward. The dark yellow sword in his hand turned into a blazing sword light. The inside of the sword light vibrated violently, giving people a heavy and overbearing impression. Boom! The two wanted to test each other's power, so their first attack was a head-on clash. An explosive like qi flow spread out with the two as the center. A thick layer of the plaza's ground was shaved off, and cracks spread out like spider webs. In the next second, the two backed out at the same time. Yun Xiaoshui backed out 10 steps, while Gao Ziyuan backed out 7. Senior brother Gao has the upper hand. The disciples of the Zhangtian martial school yelled out. No, it is Yun Xiaoshui who has the upper hand. A peak level late astral reaching realm core disciple shook his head, looking serious. Why do you say that? Senior brother Gao had only backed out 7 steps, but Yun Xiaoshui had backed out 10. Judging from the situation, senior brother Gao indeed has the upper hand. But Yun Xiaoshui did not use any martial arts, only normal attacks. With that, everyone understood, and they could not help but worry for Gao Ziyuan. He is indeed at peak level late Sea of Soul's realm. Even with my earth profound martial art, I only managed to get a slight upper hand. Gao Ziyuan did not dare to be careless, so he stared at Yun Xiaoshui without blinking. Haha, just so. Take another attack of mine. Yun Xiaoshui laughed out loud as he jumped toward Gao Ziyuan again. A powerful thunder light gathered on his fist, which was then thrown out like a thunder. So fast! Gao Ziyuan had mastered two kinds of profound, one being the earth profound and the other the fire profound. This time he had performed the fire profound sword art, which was like an exploding flame with an extremely powerful explosive power. It had barely blocked out Yun Xiaoshui's fist. Pap! The thunder light shone brightly, and Gao Ziyuan's whole body was blown away, while Yun Xiaoshui's body only shook a little. Thunder light step! Stepping on the thunder light, Yun Xiaoshui chased after Gao Ziyuan like a lightning bolt. Sky, thunder, 18 fist. From dozens of steps away, Yun Xiaoshui kept throwing out punches. The fist light was like a rainbow, like the sky, thunder. One after another, it was unbelievably fast. After taking on 15 punches, Gao Ziyuan had already puked out blood. Yun Xiaoshui's comprehensive ability was not that much weaker than his, and his cultivation was higher than his as well. Therefore, he was destined to lose. Fall to the ground! The 16th punch was Yun Xiaoshui's expression as he threw out another punch toward Gao Ziyuan's stomach. He was planning to use this punch to ruin Gao Ziyuan, turning him into a piece of trash who could not train anymore. Only then would he be able to make Mo Xiaotang give up on him completely. Yun Xiaoshui, didn't you say that you would not wound him badly? Mo Xiaotang suddenly yelled. Yun Xiaoshui did not care at all. His fist aura was horrifying. Burning flames soared. At that critical moment, Gao Ziyuan performed his most powerful fire and earth profound sword art, blocking out Yun Xiaoshui's attack with one sword attack. You have blocked it out, but let's see how you're going to block this one. Yun Xiaoshui's 17th punch was coming, which was even more horrifying than the 16th one. No. Just when Yun Xiaoshui was about to attack Gao Ziyuan, Mo Xiaotang suddenly made her move. She waved her hand and 3 iron pear flowers shot out, covering Yun Xiaoshui in a triangle shape. If Yun Xiaoshui continued to attack Gao Ziyuan without caring about anything else, he would be attacked by the flowers as well, which would injure him badly. A sharp light flashed through Ling Hui's eyes. An air-piercing sound came from his back, and Yun Xiaoshui's expression changed drastically. His body flashed once, dodging the incoming attack. Of course, he had also lost the chance to attack Gao Ziyuan. Xiaotang, what are you doing? Yun Xiaoshui's face turned green. Mo Xiaotang did not reply. She walked toward Gao Ziyuan with determination and stood in front of him. What are you trying to do? Yun Xiaoshui had bad feeling. Brother Yun, can't you see it? She is playing with you. Ling Hui suddenly said, Playing with me? Yun Xiaoshui looked at Mo Xiaotang in disbelief as he said with a low voice, Xiaotang, get out of the way. Get out of the way now, and I will pretend that nothing has happened. Don't force me. No. Mo Xiaotang shook her head with determination. Bastard. Head disciple is telling the truth. You have never liked me. You have been lying to me all this time. Seeing that Mo Xiaotang was not going to get out of the way, Yun Xiaoshui yelled. Out of Gao Ziyuan's expectation, Mo Xiaotang actually admitted it. Yun Xiaoshui, I have indeed never liked you because I only like Ziyuan. Being with you is just to provoke him, to make him leave the school and become stronger. This time, Yun Xiaoshui coming to the school was actually Mo Xiaotang's plan. She had been talking about Gao Ziyuan's talent and comprehensive ability in front of Yun Xiaoshui. She had figured out Yun Xiaoshui's personality and thought that, as proud as he was, he would definitely come for Gao Ziyuan. By then, with Yun Xiaoshui's power, he would be able to beat Gao Ziyuan, who would not be able to keep up with his cultivation. Then he would be able to make Gao Ziyuan wake up and leave the school. Hearing Mo Xiaotang's words, Yun Xiaoshui finally understood. No wonder this woman had approached him on her own accord, but did not get too close to him. It turned out that she had never liked him in the first place, and was only using him to provoke Gao Ziyuan. Shouting you. Gao Ziyuan looked at Emo Shouting in shock. Emo Shouting looked at Gao Ziyuan softly. Ziyuan, since the first time I saw you when I was 13, I fell in love with you. With each passing year, I fell in love with you more and more. How could I be so cruel and leave you to be with someone else? I did not want to see such a genius like you being dragged down by the school and turned into a mediocre person. You should not live a normal life. You should be able to dominate the world. As for me, I do not care about the fame and glory. I just want to watch you silently. Then why don't you let him beat me completely? Then I might leave the school and try my best to increase my power. Gao Ziyuan said. Emo Shouting forced a smile. I thought I could control my emotions, but I realized that I could not. The moment you were in danger, the only thought in my mind was to stop him at all costs. With Yun Xiaoshui's cruelty, even if he did not kill Gao Ziyuan, he would still be crippled, which was not what Emo Shouting wanted to see. She had only hoped that Yun Xiaoshui could beat Gao Ziyuan, not cripple him. So cunning, but so affectionate. Yi Chen, who had seen everything, sighed. Chapter 833. Emo Shouting, you bitch! How dare you lie to me? Do you know what kind of price you will have to pay for lying to me? Yun Xiaoshui was furious to the extreme. Growing up, he had always been the center of attention. Even when he was in the extreme heaven martial school, even with Ling Huyi's support, he was still favored. In his opinion, the reason why Emo Shouting was nice to him was because he was good enough. But today, what she had said had undoubtedly humiliated him. He swore that he would destroy this woman. Yun Xiaoshui, if you have any problems, come at me. Gao Ziyuan could feel Yun Xiaoshui's anger and killing intent, so he stood out. Do not worry. I will beat you into a cripple and make you a useless person for the rest of your life. As he spoke, Yun Xiaoshui's Jinyuan had been pushed to its limit. That black, demonic Jianyuan shot up into the sky, looking extremely powerful. This is the Zhang Tian Martial School. Do not be presumptuous. Li Zhangfeng and the other masters walked out. Yun Xiaoshui wanted to cripple Gao Yuan, so they could not just sit and watch. Otherwise, there would be no need for the Zhang Tian Martial School to exist anymore. Presumptuous? So what? Ling Hui sneered as his sharp eyes landed on Li Zhangfeng. Ling Hui, did you forget about that master's order? No one is allowed to attack the school. Are you trying to go against the order? Ling Hui said, I knew you would bring him out. Unfortunately, my brother disciple is only here to compete, so it is not like he is going against the order. But of course, swords do not have eyes. If there are some injuries, it would be a different story. I hope you guys do not interfere. Otherwise, I would not mind teaching you a lesson. Hearing Ling Hui, Li Zhangfeng, and the rest of them looked extremely pale. Master Tai, please go and ask Master Lu. Master Xiao, please go and ask Master Yi. Li Zhangfeng knew that he was not Ling Hui's opponent, who was extremely talented and had reached the top-rank half-step king warrior realm. In his opinion, Yi Chen might be able to compete with Ling Hui, but in order to suppress him, he would need Master Lu's help. Do not go and ask me. I have already understood the situation here. Wrapped in true yuan, Yi Chen's voice turned into a line that entered Li Changfeng's ears. Then Yi Chen said, Gao Ziyuan is about to make a breakthrough. If he manages to reach Late Sea of Soul's realm, he might be able to take on Yun Xiaoshui. So, do not do anything reckless for now. Ziyuan is facing a breakthrough. Li Zhangfeng looked at Gao Ziyuan in surprise and said to the two elders beside him, Wait. Right then, Gao Ziyuan's Jinyuan was boiling, exploding with an aura that was way beyond the peak level of mid-sea of Soul's realm. Moreover, this aura kept on increasing, seeming to have no limit. Under this aura, Gao Ziyuan's eyes were getting brighter and brighter, like two bright lamps shooting out a bright light. Gao Ziyuan's training talent was not weaker than Yun Xiaoshui's at all. The reason why he was increasing his cultivation so slowly was because of the lack of resources in the school. Not only did they lack spirit stones, but they also lacked other resources that could help with training. In this situation, it was naturally impossible for him to be like Yun Xiaoshui, who had already reached peak level late C of Soul's realm. However, after Yi Chen came, the situation had changed. The school had not only solved the problem of spirit stones temporarily, but Gao Ziyuan had also gotten 10 Jin Yuan crystals. Using 3 of them, he had increased his cultivation from peak level early C of Soul's realm to peak level mid C of Soul's realm. Unfortunately, there was still not enough time for him to do it, since it would not be easy for him to keep on making breakthroughs. Life was always full of drama, and Mo Xiaotang had always been a thorn in Gao Ziyuan's heart. It was impossible for him to forget her just like that. Even if he said that he had forgotten about her, the heartache that flashed through his mind in the middle of the night would be something that no one could understand. After Mo Xiaotang had confessed, Gao Ziyuan's mental state had been completely cleared up. No matter if he was training the demon arts or the righteous arts, as long as he had a clear mental state, he would be able to reach a higher level. There was no such thing as good people getting rewarded and bad people getting struck by lightning. With his mental state cleared up, Gao Ziyuan was full of energy. His condition had never been better. The invisible bottleneck in front of him had loosened up right then, melting like snow in spring. Right then, the potential that Gao Ziyuan had burst out was even more powerful than before. You want to break through? Dream on! Yun Xiaoshui suddenly threw out a punch toward Gao Ziyuan. Despicable! The disciples of the school yelled, but they could not stop it in time. Yun Xiaoshui, don't you feel ashamed? Mo Xiaotang pushed her hands forward, and countless iron pear flowers shot out from her sleeves. The densely packed flowers shot out, and the sound of xiao 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 could be heard continuously. You are looking for death. Yun Xiaoshui could not bear to see Mo Xiaotang protecting Gao Ziyuan the most, so he threw out a fist power that was covered in dark thunder. Pear flower shield. Mo Xiaotang did not back out even half a step. She drew half a circle with her left and right hands before touching them together. All of a sudden, a massive Zhan Yuan pear flower wrapped around her body. This Zhan Yuan pear flower obviously contained a huge amount of wood profound and a trace of water profound. Boom! The Zhan Yuan pear flower was shattered, and Mo Xiaotang puked out a mouthful of blood. Her cultivation was only at late C of Soul's realm, which was a couple of times weaker than Yun Xiaoshui. Her profound was not as deep as his as well, so it was natural that she would not be able to block out that angry attack. It was already quite impressive that she was able to stand it. Do you really think that I would not dare to kill you? Yun Xiaoshui was furious. Mo Xiaotang had challenged his bottom line again and again, which made him want to kill her. Xiaotang, let me do it! Right then, the qi on Gao Ziyuan's body calmed down and stopped rising. His Zhen Yuan vibration was at late C of Soul's realm. Even if you have made a breakthrough, so what? The result will not change. Although Yun Xiaoshui did not want to see Gao Ziyuan reach the late C of Soul's realm, he would not be worried if he did. In his opinion, Gao Ziyuan's Jin Yuan would not be that stable when he had just made a breakthrough, and the state of being one with the world would not be over yet. So his power would not increase too much. Just like Yun Xiaoshui had said, Gao Ziyuan's Jin Yuan had indeed not stabilized yet, but just then his fire profound had broken through a bottleneck. It was mainly because his fire profound had already been on the verge of a breakthrough before, and this time it would not take him much time to comprehend it. You be careful, Mo Xiaotang reminded him. I will. Gao Ziyuan gave Mo Xiaotang a smile before staring at Yun Xiaoshui. Backing out into the crowd, Mo Xiaotang looked at the two and frowned slightly. Yun Xiaoshui attacked first. It was the Sky Thunder 18 fist art that had blown Gao Ziyuan away before. Countless thunder and lightning fist shadows flashed through the air. Lifting up his sword, Gao Ziyuan broke 16 fist arts in a row. 17th fist art. Yun Xiaoshui roared as his thunder fist shadow turned into a thunder dragon, attacking toward Gao Ziyuan with its claws and fangs. It was as fast as lightning. Burning flames soared. Gao Ziyuan jumped into the air and threw out a sword attack. Swoosh! The thunder dragon's head was cut off, but the sword chi did not disappear completely as it attacked toward Yun Xiaoshui's chest. What kind of sword chi is this? Yun Xiaoshui did not manage to throw out his 18th fist art before he was forced to back out. Gao Ziyuan's fire sword chi was way tougher than he had expected. It was hard to destroy. Not only had it broken through his 17th fist art, but the remaining sword chi still had more than half of its original power. It is indeed the immortal sword intent. No one knew when, but Yi Qin was standing on top of the palace. But no one there could see him, since he had perfectly blended into the shadows of the roof. Without careful observation, even half-step king warriors would not be able to see him. It was indeed the uniqueness of the shadow profound. Just like Yi Qin, Gao Ziyuan had also learned the immortal sword intent. But of course, he would not be able to compete with Yi Qin, since Yi Qin had also learned the destruction sword intent, as well as the slaughter sword intent that had been infused into it. But no matter what, the power of the immortal sword intent was still not something normal sword intent could compare with. It was an extremely powerful sword intent that could be used both offensively and defensively. Dark Light Thunder Dragon Fist. The Sky Thunder 18 Fist art needed time to store up power. Without that, the 18th fist art would not be as powerful as the 17th one. Therefore, Yun Xiaoshui changed his martial art immediately and threw out a fist art that contained the water profound and thunder profound. Pooh! The fire sword chi was extinguished, and the thick water chi attacked toward Gao Yuan's face. Strings of thunder and lightning followed the path of the water chi and landed on Gao Yuan's body first, making all of his hair stand up. His body was paralyzed, and he could not use any of his power anymore. At the same time, a huge black lightning dragon roared and charged at Gao Ziyuan. Ah! Break! Gao Ziyuan's body was burnt black, and a huge amount of blood leaked out of the corner of his mouth. Under Yun Xiaoshui's shocked gaze, he tore apart the dark thunder dragon and flew over at an extreme speed. Impossible! How can he still have battling power? Yun Xiaoshui was shocked, and his reaction slowed down a bit. Only Yi Qin and Ling Hu could tell that Gao Ziyuan had forcefully pushed his Zhenyuan at that critical moment, not caring about the side effects, and forcefully shattered Yun Xiaoshui's ace attack. Of course, he had paid a huge price as well. His meridians were almost all broken, and his Zhenyuan was messed up. Right then, he was only holding on with his last breath to attack Yun Xiaoshui. Brother Yin, what are you doing? Ling Hu could not just watch Gao Ziyuan beat Yun Xiaoshui. Although he was reminding Yun Xiaoshui, he was actually using his sound wave to attack Gao Ziyuan secretly. Although the sound wave from a half-step king warrior would not be able to kill a late sea of souls realm warrior, it would definitely affect him. Gao Ziyuan was not going to be affected like that. Pooh! Puking out a mouthful of blood, a determined look flashed through Gao Ziyuan's eyes. He used his last bit of power and threw out a sword attack toward Yun Xiaoshui. You are looking for death. Ling Hu was furious as he flicked out his finger. Pop! Unfortunately, Ling Hu Yi's finger power did not work. A thin sword chi broke through his finger power. Without being stopped, Gao Ziyuan's last sword attack naturally landed on Yun Xiaoshui's body, blowing him away. He puked out a huge amount of blood while his body was covered in flames. Who are you? Get the fuck down! Ling Hu yelled at the top of the palace. His half-step king warrior aura shot out into the sky, changing the weather above the mountains. Chapter 834. Since it is a battle between your brother disciple and our Zhang Tian Martial School's disciple, why are you interfering? On top of the palace, a shadow moved and turned into a young man in blue robes. It was indeed Yi Chen. He sneered as his body flashed and appeared in the middle of the plaza. "It is Master Yi." "Master Yi is here." The Zhangtian martial school's disciples let out a breath of relief. Ling Hui had given them too much pressure. No one knew how powerful a genius half-step king warrior could be. Only other half-step king warriors of the same level would be able to fight against him. Without a doubt, Yi Chen was at the same level as Ling Hui. "Who are you? I have never heard of you before. Is there a second half-step king warrior in the school?" Ling Hui saw that Yi Chen was even younger than him, so he controlled his killing intent and asked coldly, "I am sorry, but I am the new great master of the school." Yi Chen could sense that Ling Hui's cultivation was the same as his, both high-rank half-step king warriors. But judging from his aura, he seemed to be even more powerful than the Darklight King. Great master of the school? Ling Hui frowned. Where did the school find such a young, half-step king warrior? Was it a secret training? Impossible. Even if it was, he would not be able to escape the surveillance of the top 3 martial schools. Then, there would only be one explanation. This person had come to the school from somewhere else, so he should have some kind of connection with the school. Perhaps they did not tell you about the school situation. I advise you to leave the school immediately. Otherwise, you will regret coming here. Ling Hui was not in a hurry to attack. Yi Chen's cultivation was the same as his, so it would not be easy for him to beat him. I naturally know about the school situation, but since I have become the great master of the school, I will not allow outsiders to humiliate it. It does not matter if it is the Extreme Heaven Martial School, the Bald Eagle Valley, or the Earth Bear family. None of them will do it. Hearing him, Ling Hui laughed out of extreme anger. He had already given a lot of face to Yi Chen, but he did not expect the latter to not only ignore him, but also look down on the top 3 martial schools. It seems like you will not give up until you are in your grave. Ling Hui squinted his eyes as his killing intent spread out. Bastard from the Extreme Heaven sect, take this! All of a sudden, a stream of sword qi swept over from the side of the mountain, where Master Lu and Yi Chen lived, one on the left and the other on the right, guarding the main peak of the school. It was Elder Lu who had unleashed the sword qi. Although Master Lu had lost his mind and could not tell who was who, he was very familiar with the demi-king qi of the 3 martial schools. The Extreme Heaven Martial School was a demonic martial school, and the Extreme Heaven Demon art was their most powerful martial art. Ling Hui had trained this martial art, so he was naturally marked with the symbol of the Extreme Heaven Martial School. Therefore, once Master Lu sensed that qi, he immediately yelled out and threw out a powerful sword attack, courting death. Ling Hui clenched his right fist and punched forward. Puff! The sword qi that Master Lu had thrown out was shattered by the fist power and disappeared in the wind. However, the remaining power of the fist power still clashed onto Master Lu's protective Jin Yuan layer, blowing him backward. Ling Hui still wanted to attack and wound Master Lu badly, but Yi Chen had already taken out his sword. Once it was out of the scabbard, that sharp sword intent attacked toward Ling Hui like a destructive tornado. It made it impossible for him to focus on dealing with Master Lu at all. He had a feeling that if he was even a little bit careless, he would pay for it immediately. Destruction, sword intent. No wonder you are so arrogant. Ling Hui's eyes froze. Gao Ziyuan having the immortal sword intent was already out of his expectation, but he did not care about it at all. However, Yi Chen's destruction sword intent was definitely not something that Gao Ziyuan could compete with. It might have already reached the peak of rank 4, or even rank 5. Moreover, in terms of attacking power, the destruction sword intent was better than the immortal sword intent. But having a high sword intent does not mean that one's power is high as well. Demon Wind God Fist. Stepping out with his right foot, Ling Hui's right arm turned into countless afterimages. That dark black fist wind attacked toward Yi Chen. That fist wind contained the wind profound and the dark profound. It was like a dark tornado, attacking toward Yi Chen with a shocking aura. Back out! With the evil shattering sword in his hand, Yi Chen waved it up. That crescent-like black sword power tore apart the black fist wind and went against the flow. Not good. Yi Chen's sword attack was way too powerful. Ling Hu Yi had a feeling that his protective genuine would not be able to block out that sword power at all. Shoo! A black shadow flashed once, and Ling Hu Yi flew into the sky. After losing its target, the black sword power shot out in a straight line for a long time before disappearing. Demon Wind Heaven Cry. Ling Hu Yi was about to perform the last movement of his Demon Wind God Fist art. But before he could finish, Yi Chen had already appeared in front of him. It was like he had teleported. Without a choice, Ling Hu Yi threw out a punch onto Yi Chen's evil shattering sword. His whole body was blown into the sky, and he was now only a black dot on the main peak of the school. How come he is so fast? Ling Hu Yi was shocked. This place should not affect the main peak of the school anymore. In the sky, Yi Chen and Ling Hu Yi stood facing each other for miles. The evil shattering sword in his hand shone with a sharp sword light. Who the hell are you? The power that Yi Chen had displayed had shocked Ling Hu Yi. Although he was not one of the life and death realm warriors in the Blood Sky Lands waiting list, he thought that some of them might not be able to compete with him. He was only born a couple of years later, and had never entered the life and death secret realm before. Who I am is not important. What is important is that you better go back and tell the extreme Heaven Martial School not to humiliate themselves. Yi Chen said. Arrogant. You really think you can beat me? Ling Hu Yi yelled as he pushed his genuine to its limit. The gloves on his hands shone with a powerful halo. These gloves were a pair of pseudo-extreme rank gloves that Ling Hu Yi had obtained by chance. With these gloves, he dared to take on Yi Chen's attacks head-on. Master Yi had forced back the #1 martial genius of the extreme Heaven Martial School, Ling Hu Yi? So powerful. What is this Master Ye's background? Although everyone in the Zhangtian Martial School knew that Yi Chen was related to the Battle King, no one knew about Yi Chen's background. They were very curious about Yi Chen, because with Yi Chen's talent and power, he would not be a nobody in the place he was from. He might be a powerful warrior. On the plaza, Master Lu and Li Zhongfeng stood together. He did not attack Ling Hu Yi without caring about anything like last time, because the battle between Yi Chen and Ling Hu Yi was too intense for him to get involved. Although his mind was not clear, he still had his instincts. You guys, take Ziyuan away and let him rest. Li Zhongfeng ordered a couple of attendants to take Gao Ziyuan away as he stared at the sky without blinking. Ling Hu Yi was not that easy to beat. Right now, they could only rely on Yi Chen. If Yi Chen could not even beat Ling Hu Yi, then the future of the Zhangtian Martial School would not be any better. Chapter 835. Ting, 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 ting. The bright light kept flashing in the sky as Yi Chen and Ling Hu Yi started to exchange attacks at an extremely fast speed. Both of them were martial geniuses who had been through hundreds of battles. The intensity of the battle could not be described with just attacking power, but also speed, experience, and their battling talents. Demon Wind Heaven Cry. This time, Ling Hu Yi successfully performed the last movement of his Demon Wind God Fist art. This movement combined the wind profound and the dark profound even better. Throwing out a punch, the dark tornado made a loud noise, and one could vaguely hear a crying sound, as if even the sky itself was crying. He is indeed more powerful than the Darklight King. The Darklight King was too old, and normally he would not be able to step into the life and death challenge. But he had. However, judging on power, he was not as powerful as Ling Hu Yi, and definitely not as powerful as the Thunder Spirit King. Among the top half-step King warriors, the Thunder Spirit King was the most horrifying one that Yi Qin had ever met. Without using his Sky Scorpio sword and the Yuan Emperor's image, Yi Chen did not have the confidence to beat the Thunder Spirit King. Facing Ling Hui's extremely powerful fist attack, Yi Chen did not try to dodge at all. Instead, he threw out an attack with his evil shattering sword, and a beautiful black moon appeared in the midair. Pep! Compared to Yi Chen's waning moon, Ling Hui's demon whined heaven cry was still a lot weaker. The second the two clashed, the incoming fist wind was sliced open layer by layer. It could not be stopped at all. Ling Hui was so shocked that he threw out a couple of punches before he could cancel out this sword attack. However, Yi Chen's follow-up attack had arrived. Shoo! A sword light flashed in the midair as Yi Chen suddenly appeared in front of Ling Hui, stabbing out with his sword. Since the sword's speed was way too fast, it did not leave any trace, only leaving a hair-thin sword hole on Ling Hui's protective Zhen Yuan layer. Clang! Sparks flew out from Ling Hui's chest as his whole body was blown backward for 3 miles, puking out a mouthful of blood mist. What kind of sword speed is this? Ling Hui felt a chill in his heart. He could barely see Yi Chen's movement pattern, but he could not sense Yi Chen's sword attack pattern at all. In the Blood Skyland, it was not that he had not fought with those top young martial geniuses before. Among the life and death realm warriors, there were 1 or 2 of them who had fought with him, but none of them were as fast as Yi Chen. Lowering his head to look at his chest, Ling Hui's pupils shrank. The semi-extreme rank armor that he was wearing had a small hole in it, and it would have been pierced through completely. Hiss! On the main plaza of the Zhangtian Martial School, everyone could not help but gasp. The fact that Yi Chen was able to suppress Ling Hui was already shocking enough. However, compared to that sword attack just now, the waning moon, which had a much more powerful attacking power, had been ignored. 4 sword users. The speed of the sword attack would be even more shocking. Thinking about it, when 2 people were battling, one would not even move while the other had already thrown out a sword attack. How horrifying would that be? Master Yi is so powerful. Ling Hui is one of the most famous young martial geniuses in the Blood Skyland, but he could not even get the upper hand. Yeah, that sword attack just now had caught Ling Hui off guard. If only Master Yi could teach us how to throw out sword attacks faster. They naturally could not learn Yi Chen's spiritual sword unless they could learn the fast profound. However, no matter how good the sword art was, it would still require someone to perform it. Besides the sword art, Yi Chen's sword attack skills had indeed reached the peak of perfection. Even life and death realm warriors might not be able to do better than him. Do you still want to fight? Yi Chen did not plan to kill Ling Hui. The Iron Blood region was very complicated, and there was no need to go all out. After all, he could just leave, and the Zhangtian Martial School would still be here. The result has not been decided yet. Don't be too happy yet. Ling Hui's face was extremely pale. Being wounded by someone who was even younger than him had made him lose all his face. At the same time, Yi Chen's power had shocked him deeply. He could not remember if there was someone like Yi Chen in the Blood Skyland or the surrounding ocean. Yi Chen saw that Ling Hui did not plan to back out, so he knew that he still had some tricks up his sleeves. But he was not afraid either, since there were not many people below the life and death realm that could scare him. Perhaps he would run into 1 or 2 in the life and death secret realm. The evil shattering sword in Yi Chen's hand could no longer be seen. All that could be seen were countless tiny sword holes appearing in the air. These sword holes were just like the ace attack of the black-robed elder, which was able to leave a mark in the surreal space. The power of the spiritual sword was indeed not as powerful as the waning moon or the bewitching mirror shattering, but in terms of effect, it was not any weaker than the latter 2. Once the sword's speed reached a certain level, unless one's defense was high enough, it would be impossible to escape. As for leaving a mark in the surreal space, it was because Yi Chen's sword intent was too powerful. The rank 5 destruction sword intent was equivalent to a normal rank 6 sword intent, which could already affect the structure of the space. If it were not for the fact that Yi Chen's Genuan was slightly weaker and could not be used with his sword intent, he would be able to create a mental projection from millions of miles away with only his rank 5 destruction sword intent, which was something only life and death realm warriors could do. No matter how hard Ling Hui tried, he could not escape from Yi Chen's attack. That powerful sword intent was like a soul lock locking him down. No matter how hard he struggled, he could not escape. He was like a bug in a spider's web, waiting to be slaughtered. Pooh! Countless sword holes appeared on his semi-extreme rank armor as Ling Hui's face turned paler and paler. Blood, mist kept puking out of his mouth. Still not leaving. Up until now, Yi Chen had only used 60 to 70% of his power. His opponent's cultivation was the same as his, so it was not worthy for him to use all of his power. All this time, he had been battling across realms. Even if he ran into the top young martial geniuses, it was still the same, not to mention Ling Hui. Shoo! This time, the sword hole looked like it had pierced through the surreal space, drawing a black line in the air. It went through Ling Hui's chest and went through his body. Wah! The semi-extreme rank armor on Ling Hui's body was almost destroyed. He puked out a huge mouthful of blood, and he could feel that his life force had been taken away by that sword attack. There seemed to be a small sword hole on his spine as well, and that horrifying sword intent was attacking his bones. Yi Chen's power had reached an unimaginable level. Damn! You forced me to do this. Extreme Heaven Demon Body. Ling Hui's protective Genuan suddenly shrunk, sticking to the surface of his skin. At first glance, his body seemed to have turned into a black metal, which did not look like a human body at all. Heaven Realm Martial Art. Yi Chen frowned. No, it does not seem to be perfect. Heaven Realm Martial Arts could not be passed down, so one could only learn it on their own. Although, there were some other ways to learn from it. But the Heaven Realm Martial Arts that were learned would not be perfect after all. It would not be as good as Yi Chen's Green Lotus Sword spell that he had learned on his own. Be it the basics or the special abilities, I am going to destroy you. Just as Yi Chen had expected. Ling Hui's extreme heaven demon body was indeed not learned by him. It was a life and death realm martial art created by a life and death realm warrior in the history of the extreme heaven martial school. It was the same extreme heaven demon art, but the heaven realm martial arts would be different. But no matter which one it was, it would be hard to learn from it. Since Ling Hui was able to learn it, it meant that he was very talented. The extreme heaven demon body focused on stimulating the body's activity, increasing the body's reaction speed, and other aspects. The Zhen Yuan usage would also reach a limit. It was just like a life and death realm warrior controlling the same amount of Zhen Yuan. Shoo! Ling Hui's speed was a couple of times faster than before. It was even faster than Yi Chen's movement speed. Obviously, this extreme heaven demon body had increased his power tremendously. Demon Wind Heaven Cry. The same movement was performed by Ling Hui right then, and it was even more powerful, although the level of the profound had not increased. The Zhen Yuan usage had increased drastically. This is indeed a powerful heaven realm martial art. I wonder how the real extreme heaven demon body would compare with the Battle King's platinum sword body. Yi Chen's expression did not change. If he wanted to, he could perform his sword realm right away and kill Ling Hui. Even without the sword realm, his bewitching mirror shatter would be able to wound him severely. However, it was not worth it for him to reveal too many of his trump cards. Break. Holding his sword with both of his hands, Yi Chen performed his sword art ace attack, Waning Moon. This time, it had an intense destruction element, which was the effect of Yi Chen infusing his destruction sword intent into his attack. A black waning moon flashed once in the midair, leaving behind a horrifying mark. Blood splashed everywhere. How did Ling Hui get here, and how did he get back? On his chest, the semi-extreme rank armor had been completely cracked open. A blood-colored sword mark had almost pierced through his chest, and it was indeed where the blood came from. How is this possible? Ling Hui was blown away without any resistance, his face full of disbelief. The extreme heaven demon body was his biggest ace, and it was also what he had relied on to enter the life and death secret realm. It had been broken just like that, and it seemed like it had been done without any effort. How would he know that Yi Chen's power had already reached an unbelievable level? If he wanted to battle with him, if he did not have the upper hand in terms of cultivation, then there would be no chance of winning at all. Other martial geniuses would treat battling beyond their cultivation like eating and drinking, but Yi Chen treated it as the most basic thing. The two were not even on the same level. This is too powerful. Everyone from the Zhang Tian martial school had their eyes wide open. They did not have much experience, but they knew that no matter how much Ling Hui had increased his power, he was still like a toy in Yi Chen's hands. They were both martial geniuses, but the gap between them was way too huge. Slowly landing on the main plaza, Yi Chen put his sword back into its scabbard, looking normal. He did not look at Ling Hui, who had been hit by his full-power sword attack. Without a couple of months of rest, he would not be able to return to his peak condition. That destruction sword intent alone would be enough to give him a headache. It was a sword intent that could destroy anything, and even life and death realm warriors would not be able to get rid of it. Slowly letting out a breath, Yi Chen looked into the sky. He did not know how much they had grown in this true spirit continent. With Dugu Ju's potential, he should be a couple of times more powerful than Ling Hui, and Dantai Mingyue should be the same as well. And then there was that monster, Chu Zhongtian. Yi Chen did not know how the other martial geniuses were, but on this true spirit continent, he valued these three the most. Dugu Ju had the despairing blade intent, and his power was only slightly weaker than Yi Chen's. Dantai Mingyue seemed to have gotten even more benefits from the four extreme emperor's grave than his space profound. Added with the fact that her talent was not weaker than Dugu Ju's, her power was unpredictable. Chu Zhongtian was the worst in terms of comprehensive ability, not even in the top 20. But he had the evil spirit body, which was even more powerful than Yuan Emperor's body. Chapter 836. The wounded Ling Hui and Yun Xiaoshui left the school in a hurry. Mo Xiaotang was a disciple of the Extreme Heaven Martial School, so she followed them. Before she left, she asked someone to tell Gao Ziyuan that she would leave the Extreme Heaven Martial School and join the school. Yi Chen shook his head. He was afraid that he would have to deal with Mo Xiaotang again. Of course, if the Extreme Heaven Martial School could let her go, then it would be even better. After beating Ling Hui, Yi Chen had become a calming pill in everyone's mind. Everyone's depression had disappeared, and their spirits were lifted. In the past few years, the school had been humiliated way too much, and there had never been a day where they could vent their anger like today. Returning to his own mountain, Yi Chen cleared his mind and continued to train his profound and sword arts. Bewitching mirror shattering is already completed, and my waning moon has made some progress as well. Now, I can spend more time on my spiritual sword. Since my fast profound has made progress, my slow profound should follow suit. The waning moon was focused on attacking, while the bewitching mirror shattering was a combination of sealing and attacking. Although the spiritual sword was not as powerful as the other two, it was still quite useful. If he ran into someone with the same power as him, then it might be able to play an important role. Extreme Heaven Martial School. Seeing Ling Hui and Yun Xiaoshui, who had returned with severe wounds, the whole school was shocked. From the leader to the great master to the inner and outer disciples, everyone was shocked. Yun Xiaoshui had returned with severe wounds, since he was only at peak level late C of Soul's realm. But Ling Hui was a real half-step king warrior, and his power had already reached the top half-step king warrior level. Who could wound him badly, Perhaps he had been attacked by a group of half-step king warriors inside the main palace of the Extreme Heaven Martial School. The leader and the great master of the Extreme Heaven Martial School did not look good. They had already learned the reason from the two, and they could not believe that there would be a very young half-step king warrior that even Ling Hui would not be able to compete with. You have fought with him before. Do you know what level his power has reached? The great master of the Extreme Heaven Martial School was a gray-haired elder. He had the back of a tiger and the waist of a bear. His eyes were like that of a wolf-eagle, very aggressive. He stared at Ling Hui and asked, although Ling Hui was the head disciple of the Extreme Heaven Martial School, his position was no lower than the highest elder. He was only second to the leader. He had calmed down and said, I have fought with the Sky Tiger Master before. From what I can see, the Tiger Master is no match for him. Even young Master Tiger is no match for him? The leader of the Extreme Heaven Martial School was Ling Hui's second grandpa, named Ling Huho. After hearing Ling Hui's analysis, he frowned. The Sky Tiger Beast Martial School was one of the top 10 beast martial schools in the Blood Skyland, and it was even more powerful than the Iron Foot Beast Martial School in the Iron Blood region. The Tiger Master from the Sky Tiger Beast Martial School was one of the top martial geniuses of the beast race. He had already reached the peak of the first level of the Life and Death Challenge, and was ranked 15th in the Life and Death Realm Substitute list. Ling Hui had fought with him last year, and his protective Zhen Yuan layer had been broken by his claw attack. That's impossible. The Tiger Master did not use all of his power when he fought with you. The elder did not want to belittle Ling Hui, but the truth was the truth. Young Tiger Warrior was the descendant of the Sky Tiger race, and the Sky Tiger bloodline was very pure. Although it was not as pure as the Sky Tiger, it was still very scary. Plus, he was at the peak of the first Life and Death Challenge. His power was so scary that even two Ling Hui would not be his opponent. Ling Hui nodded. That is why I said that the Tiger Master would at most be on par with him. As a martial genius, Ling Hui had his pride. Losing to Yi Chen was indeed embarrassing for him, but it was not enough for him to deny Yi Chen's power. In his opinion, the Tiger Master might not even be as powerful as Yi Chen, and if he wanted to win against the Tiger Master Yi Chen, he would have to increase his cultivation to the first level of the Life and Death Challenge. Cough! Ling Hui had been wounded very badly. After he finished talking, he puked out a mouthful of blood. You go and rest first, Ling Huho said with concern. Second uncle, I will go into closed-door training this time, all the way until the Life and Death Secret Realm begins. With such a serious injury, normal half-step king warriors would not be able to recover even after a couple of months. But Ling Hui had the support of the whole Extreme Heaven Martial School and enough resources, so he was confident that he could completely recover within a month. In the remaining time, he would try his best to reach the first level of the Life and Death Challenge. He had a feeling that this trip to the Life and Death Secret Realm would be the most powerful one he had ever experienced. The mountain peak was verdant and white clouds lingered around it. On the peak of the mountain, a blue figure stood motionless. The sword in his hand kept stabbing out, sometimes fast, sometimes slow. Chi, 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 chi. The flickering sword mark lingered in the void for a breath of time before disappearing. Not far away, Gao Ziyuan walked over step by step. Seeing Yi Chen practicing his swordsmanship, he quietly waited at the side with a curious look in his eyes. Leaving a mark in the surreal space, he is not far from breaking the space. Gao Ziyuan had a new understanding of Yi Chen's power. He was not an ignorant person, so he knew very well how hard it was to leave a mark in the surreal space, which meant that each of Yi Chen's sword attacks had the power to break the space. You are here. Yi Chen put his sword back into its scabbard and turned around. Greetings, Master Yi. Gao Ziyuan greeted with his hands. Yi Chen waved his hand. You and I are about the same age. No need to be so polite. He studied Gao Yuan. It seems like you have fully recovered, and your cultivation has reached peak level late seas of Soul's realm as well. You have improved a bit faster than I expected. This is all thanks to Master Ye's healing pellets and Zhan Yuan crystals. After the battle with Yun Xiaoshui, Gao Yuan's meridians had almost been broken. Fortunately, Yi Qin did not have much, but he had a lot of rare treasures. He casually took out a couple of them and healed Gao Ziyuan's wounds completely in a short period of time. His cultivation had also reached peak level late seas of Soul's realm. I called you here because I want you to tell me about the young generation of the Blood Skyland. There were still 2 months before the life and death secret realm would open, so Yi Qin needed to know about these people. Gao Ziyuan knew that the young generation that Yi Qin was talking about were the top martial geniuses below the age of 50, not the geniuses of the same age. After organizing his thoughts, Gao Ziyuan said, "In the Blood Skyland, there are a total of 5 people who have entered the life and death realm substitute list. But that was 9 years ago. Right now, the most famous ones are the 8 beast warriors and the 4 demons." 8 beast warriors and 4 demons? Yi Chen's eyebrows flicked. Gao Yuan said, 8 beast warriors, 5 of them are beasts, 3 are demi-beasts, and the 4 demons, 1 is a demi-demon, and 3 humans. Let's talk about the 8 beast warriors first. The leader of the 8 beast warriors is the elephant warrior from the Battle Elephant Martial School, ranked 3rd in the life and death realm substitute list. He has the ancient Battle Elephant bloodline, and his godly power is unrivaled. Only with his physical power, not many people would be able to compete with him. I heard that his power had already reached over £1 million. Over £1 million. Indeed, not to be underestimated. Yi Qin could not help but think of Yan Fengfeng. She was also a beast among the 100 beasts, but her bloodline was the purest, the real blue phoenix bloodline. Although some of the other beasts had been passed down from generation to generation, their bloodline power was getting thinner and thinner, and it would be hard for them to have a pure bloodline descendant. It was something that could not be helped. Take the demi-beasts, for example. There are hundreds of billions of demi-beasts in the Blood Sky land, but the ones that had formed families were probably not even 1,000th of them. The rest of them had already become normal people with only a trace of demi-beast bloodline, which made them no different from humans. There were very few demi-beast family members in the true spirit continent, but there were at least billions of them. In fact, there was not much difference between demi-beasts and humans anymore. For the most normal demi-beasts, it would not be wrong to call them human. Being able to become the leader of the 8 beast warriors, the ancient Battle Elephant bloodline, must be very close to his ancestors. Plus, Yi Qin knew that the beasts could use their own talents and special methods to go back to their ancestors. Once they succeeded, they would be the one and only member of the 100 beasts, without any other bloodline. The second of the 8 beast warriors is the Snake Warrior. He is a disciple of the demi-beast family, and his 9-headed snake bloodline has been completely awakened. He is ranked 7th in the life and death realm substitute list. He is the arch enemy of the Elephant Warrior, and they have been fighting for decades. There is a 9-headed snake family in the Blood Skyland as well. Yi Qin froze. He had trained 2 members of the 9-headed snake family, Wang Snake and Wang Mei. Wang Snake had also almost awakened his 9-headed snake bloodline, but his cultivation was still a bit lacking. He did not expect that the 9-headed snake family in the true spirit continent would be destroyed, but there was still another one in the Blood Sky land. This 9-headed snake family might be more than 100 times more powerful than the one in the true spirit continent, since Wang Snake's family was only a rank 9 family. The third is the Eagle Warrior. He did not enter the life and death realm substitute list, and is a beast genius who has appeared in the recent years. The fourth is the Tiger Warrior, ranked 23rd in the life and death realm substitute list. He is a beast genius from the Sky Tiger Martial School. The remaining 4 beast warriors are not ranked in any particular order. They are the shark warrior, the leopard lady, the wolf warrior, and the butterfly lady. The first 2 are beasts, while the latter 2 are demi-beasts. They are all very powerful, just like the eagle warrior. They are all martial geniuses who have appeared in the recent years. Hearing him, Yi Qin nodded. The previous generation of young martial geniuses in the Blood Sky Land should be the 5 who had entered the life and death realm substitute list. The remaining 7 had appeared in the recent years, just like his generation in the true spirit continent. Master Yi, I cannot tell your power at all, but in my opinion, among the 8 beast warriors, only the elephant warrior and the snake warrior are worthy of your attention. The rest should not be your opponent. Linghu Yi was one of the 4 demons, which were just as famous as the 8 beast warriors. If even Linghu Yi was not an opponent for Yi Qin, then it was not hard to imagine that among the 8 beast warriors and the 4 demons, there would not be many who could compete with Yi Qin. With that thought in mind, Gao Ziyuan was very curious about Yi Qin's identity. Yi Qin looked very young, definitely not more than 30 years old, but his power was unpredictable. With a bold guess, Yi Qin might be one of the top martial geniuses in the true spirit continent. Chapter 837. What about the 4 demons? Yi Qin asked. Gao Ziyuan replied, among the 4 demons, young Undying Demon Lord is the strongest. He is the head disciple of the Undying Demon sect, and he cultivates the 9 Revolution Undying Demon art. I heard that 3 years ago he had already advanced it to a heaven-grade art, possessing the most basic undying body. His cultivation base is also frightening, already at the 3rd layer of life and death chamber. His ranking is a bit lower than young elephant lords, and he is ranked 5th on the life and death substitute list. 9 Revolution Undying Demon art? The most basic undying body? Yi Qin's face revealed a pensive expression. If his guess was correct, the 9 Revolution Undying Demon art should be a secret art similar to the undying body. After advancing to heaven grade, its special ability would be the undying body. He didn't expect this kind of art to exist. Moreover, this young Undying Demon Lord was just like him, able to advance his art to heaven grade before entering life and death realm. This kind of talent and ability was rare in the present age. In that case, this young Undying Demon Lord, young Elephant Lord, and young Snake Lord are young geniuses at the same level. Among them, young Elephant Lord is the strongest? Yi Qin casually said. Gao Ziyuan shook his head. You can't say that. The life and death substitute list changes every 10 years. Being weak at that time might not necessarily be the case now. Young Elephant Lord's divine strength is unparalleled, and nobody can fight him head-on. However, young Undying Demon Lord is an exception. He's the only one who can exchange 100 moves with young Elephant Lord. Right, in these 10 years, has no one on the life and death substitute list entered life and death realm and became kings? Yi Qin suddenly asked. Gao Ziyuan explained. Yes. Currently, there are only 32 people on the life and death substitute list. The other 4 have all become life and death kings. Young Elephant Lord was originally ranked 5th, but because the first and second 2 have both become life and death kings, he was able to move up 2 places to 3rd. So that's how it is. Yi Qin faintly nodded. Whoever became a life and death king would be automatically removed from the life and death substitute list, replaced by the people below. The second of the 4 demons is Tai Kuangzuan of the demonic human race. Although Tai Kuangzuan doesn't have the perfect demonic human bloodline, he has mastered the ability to completely transform into a demon without losing his mind. He is arrogant and wild, temperamental, and should be affected by the demon transformation. Tai Kuangzuan is ranked 22 in the life and death realm, 1 rank higher than young Tiger Lord. The 3rd place is Blade Demon Girl Lan Sanmei. She is the head disciple of the Demon Blade Martial School and one of the brightest rising stars of the Blood Sky Land in the past decade, together with young Eagle Master, one of the 8 young Beast Masters. They're known as the twin stars of the Beast and Demon. Their potential is at least in the top 3. The 4th is Ling Hui from the Extreme Heaven Martial School. The 8 young Beast Masters and the 4 demons are all from rank 5 martial schools or clans. Only Ling Hui is not from a rank 5 martial school. Therefore, he is very famous and no one dares to look down on him. Because of him, the Extreme Heaven Martial School is known as the top rank 6 martial school in the Blood Sky Land. Gao Ziyuan said tirelessly. Indeed, Yi Qin smiled lightly. With Blade Demon Girl Lan Sanmei's cultivation and power, it would be impossible for her not to be one of the 4 demons. Moreover, from what Gao Ziyuan said, she and young Eagle Master were the brightest martial geniuses in the Blood Sky Land. Although young Elephant Master, young Snake Master, and the others were powerful, their comprehensive ability might not be as good as hers. As for Ling Hui, he naturally could not be underestimated either. According to his life force, he should be in his 30s, which was a bit younger than by Wu Xue and the others. However, his cultivation was very powerful, having already reached high rank half-step king warrior realm. If he were to be brought to this true spirit continent, he would definitely be one of the top warriors. What made Yi Chen let out a breath was that the Extreme Heaven Martial School did not make things difficult for Mo Xiaoting, allowing her to leave and join the Zhang Tian Martial School. Thinking about it, the Extreme Heaven Martial School should have heard from Ling Hui that Yi Chen's power was not something they could compete with. Instead of fighting to the death, it would be better to wait and see. However, Yi Chen also knew that Gao Ziyuan had a headache. Mo Xiaoting was his fiancée, and the two had a very deep relationship. Li Chui, the female disciple of Zhang Tian Martial School, was also deeply in love with Gao Ziyuan. So, it was not necessarily that Gao Ziyuan did not have any feelings for him. After chatting for half an hour, Yi Chen had more or less understood what he wanted to know. Taking out a deep purple great sword from his storage ring, Yi Chen threw it to Gao Ziyuan. You are the head disciple of Zhang Tian Martial School. You can't not have a good great sword. This sword is for you. Gao Ziyuan took a look and said in shock, Semi-extreme grade great sword. Semi-extreme grade great swords were not cabbages. Normally, only half-step king warriors could have them. As the saying went, seeking wealth amidst danger was precisely this principle. You can go back first. Yi Chen did not care much about a semi-extreme grade greatsword. From the Sky Scorpio King's sword tomb, he had obtained a lot of good swords, and this was only one of them. Moreover, as far as he was concerned, semi-extreme grade treasures were not that rare anymore. The rich became richer, and the poor became poorer. This could also be seen among martial artists. Another half a month passed by, and only 1.5 months remained before the opening of the secret realm. During this time, Yi Chen's spiritual sword had finally made a breakthrough. Its might and sword speed had reached a whole new level, and his fast profound had also reached 60% completion. Unfortunately, his slow profound didn't make much progress. It would probably only increase by 10% after his fast profound reached 70% completion. The spiritual sword, which contained 60% fast profound and 60% would profound, created a subtle balance. The sword's speed and might simply exploded. In Yi Chen's opinion, the two profounds were at the same level in terms of fused profounds. It seemed to have an effect that couldn't be ignored. Waning Moon contains 90% metal profound and 60% water profound. The gap between the two profounds is too big. Balancing them is too hard. Forget it. I'll pay more attention to water profound in the future. I'll let metal profound take its course. Chaotic Demon Region. Demonic Blade Sect on Demon Girl Peak. Senior Sister, please advise me. A male disciple of Demonic Blade Sect stared at Lan Sanmei as he pointed the blade in his hand toward the ground. Come, Lan Sanmei didn't even draw his blade as he spoke indifferently. Senior sister, be careful. Huh. This male disciple's cultivation base was not low, having already reached the peak of late sea of Soul Realm. Of course, compared to Lan Sanmei, he was far inferior. One was like the sky and the other the earth. However, the two didn't use Jin Yuan or will in their exchange, only relying on their physical strength. With a wave of his blade, the blade in the male disciple's hand trembled and turned blurry. It was demonic blade sex, unique blade technique. Still not perfect enough. Too many openings. Lan Sanmei's right palm turned into a blade and slashed out. Clang! The blade in the male disciple's hand flew out, stabbing into the ground at an angle. All of you, come together. Lan Sanmei looked at the 8 spectating disciples. The 8 disciples didn't decline. Senior sister Lan Sanmei didn't only have high cultivation base. Without using Zhen Yuan and will, no one under demonic blade sex life and death realm could be her opponent. If she went all out, there would be no point in fighting. Clang, 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 clang. 8 blades flew out, but Lan Sanmei remained unscathed. Ai's demonic blade arts have already reached greater completion. Seems like you've gained a lot this time. On a mountain peak shrouded in dark clouds, a tall old man revealed a faint smile. He shouldn't be afraid of demonic blade arts, right? The scene of Yi Qin chopping off the head of the 50 bandits' third head, Misia, appeared in Lan Sanmei's mind. That sword strike was extremely fast without any fancy moves. Mud Dragon Mountain was a small mountain 800 li away from Eternal Sky Sect. It was very ordinary, and one could tell from its name. Elder, there really is a high-grade, mid-grade spirit vein under this mountain. A simple and honest middle-aged man said to the old man in front of him. The old man said with a face full of smiles, "Indeed, I've already probed it. Ha! Seems like the heavens are protecting my Eternal Sky Sect." Eternal Sky Sect was extremely lacking in resources. If they could obtain a high-grade, mid-grade spirit vein, it would certainly be able to sustain their development for decades. When more disciples joined, they wouldn't have to worry about spirit stones anymore. On the same day, the two sent the news back. After Li Zhangfeng heard the news, he was both happy and worried. The Mud Dragon Mountain was in the Eternal Sky Sect's territory. Normally, it should belong to the sect. However, once the news was leaked out, Eternal Sky Sect might not be able to keep this spirit vein anymore. The 3 top sects had been eyeing Eternal Sky Sect for quite some time now. Send the message down to excavate the spirit vein as much as possible. The spirit stones that are excavated are to be sent back once a day. For the Eternal Sky Sect, only the spirit stones that they obtained belong to them. Unfortunately, there is no such thing as an impenetrable wall in the world. The news of the Mud Dragon Mountain finding a high-grade, mid-grade spirit vein was still known by the 3 top sections. It was not because someone leaked the news, but because the 3 top sects had too many people monitoring Eternal Sky Sect. As long as there was a trace, it would not be able to escape their eyes. People of Eternal Sky Sect, get out of this area. Otherwise, I will kill you all. In the air above the Mud Dragon Mountain, 3 groups of people appeared. One group of people were wearing black and white long robes with a fierce vulture sewn on the back. They were from the Vulture Valley. Another group of people were tall, with a huge bear head sewn on the chest area. They were from the Earth Bear family. The last group was from the Extreme Heaven Martial School. The one with the arrogant tone was the leader of the Earth Bear family. The Earth Bear family had always been hot-tempered, and they often killed people. The great master of Eternal Sky Sect, Master Lu, was beaten by a half-step beast king from the Earth Bear family until he lost his mind. Everyone, this is our Eternal Sky Sect's territory. What you are doing is breaking the rules. An elder of the school stood out. They had only excavated this high-grade, grayed spirit vein for a couple of days, and they had not even found 1,000th of it. How could they let it go? Rules. Our Earth Bear family is the rules. Pooh! The leader of the Earth Bear family threw out a palm attack, turning the elder into a blood mist. Master Lin. Everyone from the eternal sky sect looked at him with their teeth clenched. Bastard! Die! The mud dragon mountain suddenly cracked open, and Master Lu flew out, throwing out a sword attack at the leader of the Earth Bear family. Boom! This sword didn't work. From the Earth Bear family, a ferocious old man with the back of a tiger and the waist of a bear walked out. He smashed the sword chi with one punch and grinned. Lu Yuming, looks like I didn't let you suffer enough last time. This time, I'll let you be even more stupid. It's you. Master Lu's eyes turned red. It was true that he had lost his mind, but this person had left a deep impression on him. 6 half-step king warriors. I wonder if that genius half-step king warrior will act like a coward. Among the Extreme Heaven Martial School's people, the great master of the Extreme Heaven Martial School, who was hiding in the crowd, sneered. Ling Huho said, fighting against 6 half-step king warriors with his own power. He is destined to fail. No one can save the Eternal Sky Sect. Chapter 838. He allowed Mo Xiaotang to leave the Extreme Heaven Martial School and join the Zhangtian Martial School because he wanted to prevent the Extreme Heaven Martial School from facing Yi Qin alone. Although the top 3 martial schools were against the Zhangtian Martial School, they were not on good terms with each other. On the contrary, the competition between the top 3 martial schools had never stopped. If the Extreme Heaven Martial School wanted to protect themselves, they would have to be patient and not let their emotions affect them. As for right now, with the 3 martial schools working together, Yi Chen would not be able to do anything. Roar! Lu Yuming looked crazy as he attacked the elder without caring about anything else. Every sword attack was a killing attack that would injure both of them. Huh, you are looking for death. The shadow of the earth bear behind the fierce-looking old man was as huge as a mountain. Rings of thick, earthy yellow waves spread out, making the air incomparably heavy. Boom! A fist attack was thrown out, twisting the space. This fist attack seemed to contain the power of a huge mountain. Pooh! Lu Yoming's method of mutual destruction had only left an indistinct sword mark on the old man's chest, while he himself had been sent flying backwards, spitting out a mouthful of blood. You are overestimating yourself. You were not my opponent when you were at your peak. Now that you have lost your mind, you are definitely not my opponent. The elder sneered with disdain. The life and death secret realm is about to open. It is time to finish this once and for all. Half-step king warriors were very sensitive to Yuan Qi vibrations. Although they were 800 miles away, Yi Chen could still sense the battle on the Mud Dragon Mountain. He stood up and his body flashed, disappearing from the Great Master Palace. 800 miles was only a couple of breaths' time for Yi Chen. From far away, Yi Chen could see the Mud Dragon Mountain and the 3 groups of people flying in the sky. They were naturally the Bald Eagle Valley, the Earth Bear family, and the Extreme Heaven Martial School. And that elder with the Earth Bear shadow behind him should be the half-step demi-beast king of the Earth Bear family. Lu Yuming puked out a mouthful of blood and was blown away. Everyone from the Zhangtian Martial School was panicking. Seeing Yi Chen coming, they all yelled out happily, "Master Yi is here!" With Master Yi here, they would not dare to take the spirit fountain by force. Yes, it is naturally impossible for Zhangtian School to monopolize the spirit vein. But as long as they can get a quarter of it, it would be enough for them to develop for 10 years. Everyone from the Zhangtian Martial School, naturally, did not think that Yi Chen alone would be able to scare away all the people from the top 3 martial institutions. But with Yi, Chen, and Master Lu, they would have the capital to negotiate. They would no longer be like fish on a chopping board, waiting to be slaughtered. After all, Yi Chen's power was not something normal half-step king warriors could compete with. You are the new half-step king warrior of Eternal Sky School? You look quite young. The evil elder was one of the two half-step demi-beast kings of the Earth Bear family and was called the Barbaric Bear King. Ling Hui had left the Zhang Tian martial school with severe injuries, so he naturally could not escape from the eyes of the Earth Bear family. However, he thought that Ling Hui was injured by Lu Yuming and Yi Qin. I'll give you a choice. Immediately take your people and leave the Zhang Tian martial school's territory. Otherwise, you will have to bear the consequences. As for him, he will die. Yi Qin did not pull out his sword, but pointed his finger at that small leader of the Earth Bear family, who had killed an elder of the Zhang Tian school. Pooh! Without much effort, a finger hole appeared on the other party's forehead, and he fell to the ground on his back. Whoa! The top 3 martial institutions looked at each other. This guy was indeed crazy. He had killed a powerful warrior of the Earth Bear family right from the start. He did not take them seriously at all. Little bastard, you are looking for death. The savage Bear King was furious. The Earth Bear shadow behind his back shook violently, and a thick brown-colored wave spread out towards Yi Qin. Meanwhile, he himself bent his body and threw out a punch, throwing out a thunderous punch towards Yi Qin's head. If this punch landed, no matter how big a mountain was, it would still be shattered. Putting up his right hand's index and middle fingers, Yi Qin sneered as he sliced out with his fingertip. Boom! The surreal space seemed to have been sliced in half. That black curved sword light sliced open the fist power of the Barbaric Bear King and went through his body. With a clanging sound, a crack appeared on the Barbarian Bear King's armor. He felt an incredibly powerful sword chi pass through the armor and into his body, cutting away at his life force. His internal organs were instantly covered in wounds that could not be ignored. One finger attack, and he was blown back while puking out blood. What? The Barbaric Bear King was wounded by one finger attack? This scene had caused a lot of people to open their mouths wide, unable to close them. Although the Barbaric Bear King had not reached the life and death challenge realm yet, as a demi-beast with the bloodline of the Earth Bear, he was way more powerful than the human demi-king warriors. Yi Qin was able to wound the Barbaric Bear King with one finger attack without using any weapon. How could people not be shocked? Earth Prison. After the Barbaric Bear King was wounded, the other demi-beast king from the Earth Bear family stood out. He formed a spell with both of his hands, and an endless amount of Earth Yuan Qi gathered toward Yi Qin, instantly forming a square yellow cube, trapping him inside. The Spirit Bear King has made his move. It should be able to trap him for a while. The Spirit Bear King's follow-up attacks are the more powerful ones. As everyone was discussing, the Spirit Bear King grinned as he waved his right hand up and yelled, "Mountain flipping stamp!" Amidst the shocking Earth Yuan Qi vibration, a huge yellow mountain fell down from the sky like a shooting star, landing on that yellow cube. With that attack, even if it were an Iron Man, he would be badly wounded. Unfortunately, it all depended on who the opponent was. A pitch-black sword mark appeared on the surface of the yellow cube, and a huge amount of sword light shone out of it like a semicircle. The huge yellow mountain and the Spirit Bear King were both within the attacking range of the semicircle. The sword light flashed once, followed by 2 shoe sounds. The huge yellow mountain cracked open first before disappearing completely. Then the Spirit Bear King followed in the footsteps of the Barbaric Bear King, puking out blood as he was blown away. How could he be this powerful? The Spirit Bear King could not believe it. Master Yi is so powerful. The Barbaric Bear King and the Spirit Bear King were not his opponents at all. They could not even handle one attack. Great! The more powerful Master Yi is, the more hope our Zhang Tian martial school will have. Let's see if the top 3 martial schools dare to insult us again in the future. Everyone from the Zhang Tian martial school was overjoyed. This is not good. Could it be that Yi was telling the truth? This guy's power is even more powerful than the Tiger King. Ling Huho frowned. The Tiger King was one of the top 8 beast warriors, and his cultivation had already reached the peak of the first life and death challenge. If he were here, the 6 top half-step king warriors might not be able to take him down. This was the power of a top half-step king warrior, whose power was unpredictable. Leader, you and the Spirit Bear King are both good at sealing attacks. You might be able to take him down. We are not normal half-step king warriors after all. The great master of the extreme heaven martial school said with a dark face. Yeah. Ling Huho nodded slightly. He was very confident in his sealing attack, and even the Spirit Bear King was not as good as him. With their combined sealing attacks, they would be able to trap Yi Chen for a couple of breaths' time, which would be more than enough for him to land a deadly attack. You guys come at me together. I will take care of you all at the same time and make you guys lie on the ground for a year and a half. In the midair, Yi Chen held his evil shattering sword as his eyes landed on the 6 half-step king warriors from the top 3 martial schools. This time, he planned to attack them even harder than Ling Hui. Even if they had precious treasures to heal them, they would not be able to recover in a short period of time. How arrogant! Do you really think that you can take on the 6 of us by yourself? 2 half-step beast kings from the bald Eagle Valley stood out. They both had eagle noses, thin lips, and 2 black dots in their eyes. They did not look like human eyes at all. They were indeed the Flying Eagle King and the Gray Eagle King. Then Ling Huho and the Great Master of the Extreme Heaven Martial School stood out as well, along with the Savage Bear King and the Spirit Bear King. The 6 half-step king warriors surrounded Yi Chen in the middle. The rest of them had all backed out for dozens of miles, not daring to stay at the edge of the battle. This guy is tricky. Let's take him down together. Let's see what else the Zhang Tian Martial School has. The Spirit Bear King wiped the blood off his mouth as he signaled Ling Huho with his eyes. Ling Huho did not even look away as he stared at Yi Chen. Let's do it. Ling Huho had always been decisive, so he attacked Yi Chen right away. He put his hands together and then opened them up. A black core energy appeared in front of Yi Chen, and a powerful suction force started to drag Yi Chen's body with the black core as the center. Yi Chen could feel that this suction force was affecting his speed. Even if he pushed his speed to its limit, he would not be able to escape from it. Indeed, a half-step king warrior with no special features was not scary at all. But a half-step king warrior with special tricks would be hard to ignore even if they were not that powerful. Earth Prison. The Spirit Bear King's reaction was not slow at all. The second Ling Huho made his move, he had also formed a spell. All of a sudden, the yellow cube sealed Yi Chen again. Let's kill him together. Seeing that Yi Chen had been trapped by 2 powerful sealing spells, the rest of the people looked excited. The Gray Eagle King and the Flying Eagle King waved their hands like wings, throwing out countless wind blades. These wind blades rotated intensely, rubbing against the space and bringing up bright sparks. The Savage Bear King and the Great Master threw out a punch and a kick, respectively. The fist power and leg power attacked the yellow cube from the left and right, moving like lightning. Meanwhile, the Spirit Bear King's follow-up attack was still a yellow mountain falling from the sky like a falling star. As for Ling Huho, countless black light chi power appeared around his body. It was centered around the black core energy inside the yellow cube, shooting out with a sizzling sound. 6 half-step king warriors combined their powers, and 2 of them had used their sealing spells to trap Yi Chen. The power that they had released could even kill a normal top half-step king warrior within a second. In their opinion, Yi Chen was not going to make it out alive. Master Yi! Everyone from the Zhang Tian Martial School was getting anxious. Lu Yuming yelled, wanting to go up and help. But the Gray Eagle King from the bald Eagle Valley was already prepared for him. A pair of wings appeared behind his back, and as he flapped them, a huge wind was brought up. A sky full of wind blades attacked toward Lu Yuming, preventing him from getting closer. Inside the yellow cube, Yi Chen's expression did not change at all. His soul power was spread out, and he could clearly sense the 6 attacks coming at him. Who? He waved the evil vanquishing sword lightly, without any hesitation. All of a sudden, the yellow cube and the black core energy started to twist, hovering between illusion and reality. In front of the space power, anything could twist and disappear. Chapter 839. Pop, pop, pop! The 6 attacks that were aimed at the brown block were like stones thrown into the water, bringing up a series of ripples before disappearing completely. That is the space profound. Ling Huho yelled out in shock. He broke our attacks with the space profound. Spirit Bear King and the rest of the warriors had a bad look on their faces. The space profound was known as one of the most powerful profound, and it was not without reason. This kind of profound could contain everything and destroy everything. Besides the time profound, no other profound could beat it. The brown block and the black core energy twisted and disappeared. Yi Chen walked out from within without a single wound. He raised his eyes and looked at Spirit Bear King and Savage Bear King. I will take care of you first. Shoo! The sword light flashed once, and Yi Chen disappeared from where he was standing. When he reappeared, he was already in front of Spirit Bear King, stabbing out with his sword. It was too fast. Yi Chen's speed was unimaginably fast, and the speed of his sword attack was even faster than Spirit Bear King's senses. Spirit Bear King had just raised his arm when his chest was pierced through. The tip of the sword came out from his back, bringing out a stream of blood. Shaking his wrist, Yi Chen took out his evil shattering sword and jumped towards Savage Bear King. So cruel! A 2-finger wide sword hole appeared on Spirit Bear King's chest. The sharp, destructive sword chi was rampaging inside his body, as if there were countless tiny swords cutting his organs, bones, flesh, and blood. He could not gather his genuine at all. Piss off! Savage Bear King could only watch Spirit Bear King being wounded badly. He could not save him in time, so he roared and threw out a punch at Yi Chen. However, Yi Chen's body flashed once, disappearing from his sight. Shoo! The next second, 2 intersecting sword marks appeared on Savage Bear King's chest. It looked horrifying, as if his whole body was about to be torn apart. Boom! He was shot out and embedded into the ground. You guys are up next. Yi Chen's body flashed left and right, avoiding the incoming attacks. He turned his head and looked at Ling Huho and the great master of the extreme Heaven Martial School. Junior, don't be arrogant. The highest elder of the extreme Heaven sect was furious. He leaped up, and his right leg was like a fully drawn bowstring, kicking hundreds of times in the direction of Yi Chen. The shadows of his legs were like a meteor shower, covering everything. There was no way to dodge or retreat. One strike is enough. Yi Chen's body emitted golden and green light. The waning moon, which contained the metal profound and the water profound, was unleashed instantly. The sky suddenly darkened, and a black crescent moon appeared. Then, the shadows of the legs all over the sky shattered one after another. The great elder of the extreme Heaven sect had his protective armor split open by the sword power that could cut everything. He was thrown high into the air and blood rained down. Stop! Yi Chen's attack was so fast and brutal that Ling Huo did not even have the time to react. He put his hands together and then separated them, and the black core energy was about to take shape in front of Yi Chen. But this time, Yi Chen would not let his opponent succeed. He waved his sword, and the newly formed black core energy was split into 2. Blood severing ghost finger. The index and middle fingers of his left hand sliced across the air at Ling Huo, and Yi Chen did not look at him anymore. Ling Huo had never seen such a weird martial art before. That slash from Yi Chen had created an invisible power that completely ignored his protective genuine and semi-extreme rank armor. It went right through his body and brought out a huge amount of blood chi. The blood chi of a half-step king warrior was so powerful that even 1,000 normal people combined would not be able to compete with it. Ling Hu Ho's whole body was drowned in the blood chi, which looked like the sunset. It was then completely destroyed. Ah! He let out a low growl. Ling Hu Ho had never felt this exhausted before. He did not even have the power to lift up his hands. The blood chi inside his body had disappeared by at least 1/3. If it was reduced slowly, he would still be able to handle it. But losing 1/3 of it all at once would not only hurt his body, but also his mental state. Sudden wind feather. The Gray Eagle King and the Flying Eagle King were both eagle-type beasts. As beasts, the two of them were not even as good as normal Sea of Souls realm warriors in terms of the profound sense. In other words, their comprehensive ability was extremely low. But the advantage of beasts was not something that humans could compete with. Not only was their beast power a lot more powerful, but they also had special abilities. Among them, the Flying Eagle King's special ability was to shoot out the feathers on his wings. The sky was filled with feathers, all of them crystal clear like black jade. Yi Chen could tell that there were meridians inside the feathers, and the beast power had formed a cycle inside. Once the cycle was broken, it would explode. Not a bad special ability. Break. As Yi Chen's sword finger moved, the broken blood sword came out of its scabbard automatically. It divided into 33 sword shadows, which then formed into a sword snake. Wherever it went, all of the incoming feathers were cut in half, bringing up a firework-like pattern of beast power. It could not get close to Yi Chen at all. Go! After breaking the Flying Eagle King's special ability, the 33 sword shadows formed into a sword snake and attacked toward him. Not good. The Flying Eagle King flipped in the sky, turning into a huge eagle, and was about to fly into the clouds. Swoosh! One of his wings was cut through by the sword snake and fell down. His scream could be heard even from a long distance away. You dare to hurt my nephew! Beasts were already aggressive. Seeing that his nephew's wing had been cut off by Yi Chen, the Gray Eagle King's eyes turned red. He did not care about how powerful Yi Chen was, so he attacked without any hesitation. He turned into his original form, and his huge claws reached out. It was the special ability of the Gray Eagle King, Sharp Claw Hardening. Chin. Lifting up the evil shattering sword, Yi Chen blocked out that unbreakable claw attack. Die. The Gray Eagle King's 2 bathtub-sized claws waved crazily, turning into countless claw shadows that clashed with Yi Chen's evil shattering sword, bringing up a huge amount of sparks. Seeing the gap, Yi Chen suddenly took a step back before stabbing out a sword attack. This sword attack went through the gap between the Gray Eagle King's claws. The sword chi landed on his chest, tearing out a huge sword mark and causing feathers to fly everywhere. Come back! At the same time, Yi Chen pointed his finger back. The sword snake that had flown out for a long time turned around and sliced through the Gray Eagle King's back. Blood splashed out like a fountain as the Gray Eagle King screamed and fell down from the sky. His huge body created a deep pit on the ground, bringing up a huge wave of mud. After that, the 6 demi-king warriors had all lost, and they were all wounded even more severely than Ling Hui. The Spirit Bear King had been pierced through the chest, and the Savage Bear King had at least a couple of his ribs broken. Even the Great Master of the Extreme Heaven Martial School had suffered the same fate. Ling Hu Ho had lost more than 1/3 of his blood chi, and his mental injury was extremely severe. His face was as white as paper. The Flying Eagle King was a bit worse off. He had lost one of his wings, and it was unknown if he could reattach it. The Gray Eagle King's spine had been sliced through by the sword snake formed by the defensive sword spell, and he had lost all of his battling power. The 6 demi-king warriors had come with an aggressive aura, but now they had all been killed. If it were not for Yi Chen holding back, none of them would have survived. The reason why Yi Chen had held back was because he knew that although the Zhang Tian martial school's current situation had something to do with the three martial schools, it was not a direct connection. Taking out the three martial schools might anger the dominator of the Iron Blood region, the Iron Paw Beast Martial School. Therefore, it was not the time to make a big move yet. Letting out a deep breath, Yi Chen put his evil, shattering sword back into its scabbard and said to the people from the three martial schools, "What are you waiting for? Piss off." The people from the three martial schools were all shocked. 6 demi-king warriors. Any one of them would be powerful warriors, but in front of Yi Chen, they could not even handle one attack. Each one of them was worse than the last. Who the hell is this guy? Since when does the Blood Sky Land have a human who is as powerful as the 4 demons? No, even among the 8 beast warriors or the 4 demons, he would be a top warrior. Let's go! The people from the Extreme Heaven Martial School were the first to react, bringing Ling Huho and the Great Master away. Soon, the people from the Earth Bear family and the Bald Eagle Valley woke up as well, as if they were afraid that Yi Chen would kill them. They came fast and left even faster. Soon, the sky above the Mud Dragon Mountain was completely empty, with only Yi Chen left. Cheers were heard. Everyone from the Zhang Tian Martial School was overjoyed. It had been so many years, and they had never been this powerful. The 3 martial schools were like chickens in Yi Chen's hands. He had scared them away without any effort. What 8 beast warriors? What 4 demons? I bet that Master Yi must be a Sky King realm martial genius on this true spirit continent. He is so powerful. The Blood Sky Land is going to change. I would like to see what would happen when the 8 beast warriors and the 4 demons run into Master Yi. It would definitely shock the whole Blood Sky Land. Everyone's respect for Yi Chen had reached a whole new level. They were almost seeing him as a god. In the distance, Li Zhongfeng, Gao Ziyuan, and the rest had already arrived. Because of the battle between Yi Chen and the 6 half-step king warriors, they did not get close to the battle, but their expressions were not any better than the others. Li Zhongfeng's eyes were even wet. Although the female disciples were all good girls, and they were not very vain. Which one of them did not like powerful people? Especially Yi Chen, who was so young, only in his 20s. Therefore, all of their hearts were racing, and their minds were filled with the scene of Yi Chen using his sword to attack his enemies. In their minds, Yi Chen had probably become the highest standard for them to choose a mate, just like chasing after a celebrity. Even Li Chui and Emo Xiaotang had a weird feeling. His blue robe fluttered in the wind, and his black hair was blown by the wind, looking like ink. Yi Chen did not care about everyone's expression as he said, "Since everything is done, I will not stay any longer. Leader, I will go back first." After speaking, Yi Chen's body turned into a beam of sword light and shot out. "Thank you." Li Zhongfeng looked at Yi Chen's back and said quietly. Gao Yuan said emotionally, "Some people are destined to be the main characters of an era, and he is one of them, right? As for me, even if I join a rank 5 martial school and have all the resources I need, I will only be able to look at his back. I will not be able to catch up to him. Even if you cannot be the main character, you can still be a side character. This is a big world, and the main characters and the side characters are always competing with each other. Do not be discouraged, or you will not even be qualified to be a side character." Li Zhongfeng reminded Gao Ziyuan. "Leader is right. Ziyuan will not let you down." Chapter 840. Extreme Heaven Martial School, Bald Eagle Valley, and Earth Bear family. These 3 rank 6 powers were not only the top 3 in the Iron Blood region, but also the top 10 among all the rank 6 powers in the entire Blood Sky Land. Originally, these 3 powers were targeting Zhang Tian Martial School, and those who knew about it all felt that it was too much of a bully. Were they not pushing Zhang Tian Martial School to a dead end? So cruel. However, there was a recent secret that shocked everyone. The 3 martial schools had gone to the Zhang Tian Martial School aggressively, wanting to take over the spirit vein that the school had found. But in the end, they had all run away. According to the rumors, it was a young man who had beaten all the half-step king warriors of the 3 martial schools. His sword art was extremely mysterious. All in all, Yi Chen's fame had spread out in the Iron Blood region. A lot of people were guessing who Yi Chen was, since there was no such person in the Blood Sky Land. Perhaps he had come from some powerful hidden martial school or family. But of course, no matter what, in the eyes of the people who knew about it, Yi Chen was already on par with the 8 beast young warriors and the 4 demons. One of the top 10 beast martial schools, the Iron Paw Beast Martial School, inside the Iron Paw Beast Palace. The red flame lit up the wide metal walls and the metal pillars, making them look cold and intimidating. On the top seat of the palace that was dozens of floors tall, a huge minotaur was sitting. His calves were a couple of floors tall, and his muscles were like hills. His skin was dark red in color, and he seemed to be very hot. Are you telling the truth? Extreme Heaven Martial School, Bald Eagle Valley, and the Earth Bear family's half-step king warriors were all beaten down by a young man? The Minotaur's eyes were like torches, shooting out 2 red light beams that were dozens of meters long, covering the man in the middle of the palace. The man did not dare to raise his head as he said carefully, "It is absolutely true. I would not dare to lie to you." What kind of weapon did he use? The Minotaur asked. Sword. Sword. As the Minotaur's eyes opened and closed, the red light beam flashed in and out. Perhaps he is from the Sky Sword Land. In the following days, no other martial schools or people came to mess with the Zhang Tian Martial School. The mid-rank spirit vein under the Mud Dragon Mountain would add a lot of spirit stones to the school's storage every day, which made everyone in the school happy. In the blink of an eye, more than a month passed. This was the Blood Sky Land, the true spirit land, and an unknown land. In the middle of these 3 lands, there was a huge mountain range that was filled with ancient chi. It was indeed the Savage Mountain Range. In the sky above the Savage Mountain Range, the space was twisted and the wind was surging. Amidst the endless thunder and lightning, a huge ancient bronze gate slowly appeared. The surface of the bronze gate was old and mottled, as if it came from the ancient times. The ancient aura that existed forever suppressed the demonic beasts in the Savage Mountain Range, causing them to not dare to move. Even the flow of time seemed to slow down. Any living creature that came to this place would feel fear from the depths of their soul. The gate of life and death had appeared. On the 3 continents, the situation was changing. True spirit continent, swish, 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 swish. One after another, human figures rushed towards the depths of the Savage Mountain Range from all directions. These human figures were all young men, and their ages looked to be around 30 years old. Of course, their actual ages could be around 40 years old, or even close to 50 years old. Some of them had cold expressions, some had fiery eyes, and the temperament they emitted was 1 in a million. Besides them, all of the young men who came to the Savage Mountain Range were half-step king warriors. Some of the older ones even had a light sense of life and death chi, which meant that their cultivation had reached the life and death challenge realm. Right then, a lot of people had already gathered beside the Bronze Gate. Among these people, a lot of them were people that Yi Chen was familiar with. Bai Wuxue, Xia Hozuan, Lu Xiaoyu, Xiao Chuha, Bai Minghui, Helian Wuhua, Shangguan Fei, Sidu Hao, and so on. There were also some young half-step king warriors that Yi Chen had never seen before. Quite a lot of people. Bai Wuxue smiled lightly. Lu Xiaoyu glanced at the others and said coldly, "The true spirit continent is one of the entrances to the life and death secret realm. Everyone who is able to come here will come. I don't think anyone would give up the chance to enter the life and death secret realm. Indeed, the life and death secret realm could save us a lot of time." Bai Wuxue nodded. Boom, boom, boom. In the distance, a battle sound was suddenly heard. 2 human figures kept crossing each other while sword chi and symbol palm power filled the sky. "Once we get to the life and death secret realm, I will fight with you again." Shadows overlapped as one of them landed on the peak outside the bronze gate. It was the former West Ocean swordmaster, Lu Wujin. Of course, his cultivation had already reached the half-step king warrior level, so calling him West Ocean swordmaster was no longer appropriate. Any time. The other person was the disciple of the heir emperor, Jiang Tian. He sneered as he landed on the peak on the other side. Although the two were not from the true spirit continent, the entrance to the life and death secret realm was right here, so they had to come here. Both of them were top warriors, one with a powerful sword art while the other had the power of being one with the world. They could not see eye to eye with each other, so they had fought on the way to the Savage Mountains. All of them are insane. Situ Hao, who had exchanged the defensive sword spell with Yi Qin before, made a face. He was very talented, but compared to these people he was nothing. In the sky, two light dots came from the left and right. One was blue and the other was green. One was fire and the other was water. "Yan Feng Feng is here." Bai Wuxue chuckled. "And Sharuaching." The blue flame and the green water ball landed on the ground. It was indeed Yan Feng Feng and the godly shark princess Sharuaching. Both of them were beasts, and their qi was very powerful. However, just as the two landed, a red figure appeared on the other side of the sky. Everyone could tell that it was Dantai Mingyue. In terms of talent, Dugu Ju and Dantai Mingyue were the most powerful ones in the true spirit continent, and no one could compete with them. Haha, piss off. All of a sudden, a dark red light shadow shot out, blowing away Jiang Tian, who did not manage to dodge in time. The light shadow formed, and it turned out to be a red-haired teenager. It was Chu Zhongtian. "You are looking for death." Jiang Tian was not wounded at all. He flew in the sky, staring at Chu Zhongtian with a pale face. Chu Zhongtian chuckled. "I have just reached the half-step king realm not too long ago, and my hands are itching. Come on. I would like to see how powerful you are." "What? He has just reached the half-step king realm, and he is already this powerful?" Every single one of them was a dragon among men. Hearing Chu Zhongtian's words, they were all shocked. Jiang Tian's cultivation had already reached the top-rank half-step king warrior level, and his power was so powerful that no one in the same generation could beat him. However, Chu Zhongtian was only at the mid-rank half-step king warrior level, and he had somehow blown away Jiang Tian without giving him the time to dodge. Evil spirit body. No wonder. Bai Wuxue shook his head and forced a smile. This kind of body type would make even the gods jealous. As an evil spirit body, Chu Zhongtian's cultivation base was extremely hard to increase. However, the process from peak level late sea of Soul Realm to half-step King Warrior Realm was much easier for an evil spirit body. After all, as long as the Zhan Yuan formed a perfect circulation in the blood, it would be fine. In fact, because of his evil spirit body, Chu Zhongtian had an easier time reaching the half-step king realm, because his heart was just too powerful. It was an advantage that no one else had. Bastard. 100 symbol palm. Jiang Tian was not someone who would not fight back after suffering a loss. He waved his hand, and a sky-covering symbol palm power attacked toward Chu Zhongtian. Compared to the 5 symbol palm, the 100 symbol palm's power was more than 2 times more powerful. He was so angry that he performed his ace attack right from the start. Hee, good timing. A great rapier appeared in Chu Zhongtian's hand, which he threw out a sword attack. The dark red light was bright and horrifying. It was like a dark red sun had exploded, drowning the symbol palm power completely. Jiang Tian was not easy to deal with either. Although the symbol palm power had dissipated a lot under his control, the rest of it formed into a massive symbol, battling against the dark red light. It was the first time the two had exchanged attacks, and it looked like they were on par. Don't block the way. Chu Zhongtian was arrogant, but there was another warrior who was even more aggressive. 1,000 meters long pale blade light sliced through the sky, slicing through the space between the two. Boom! Chu Zhongtian and Jiang Tian separated. Shu, Dugaju, whose hair had turned white, walked over with pride. His aura was horrifying, and being stared at by him would make anyone feel like they had fallen into hell. After Yi Qin had left, Dugaju's power had improved tremendously. Before, he was still not an opponent for Lu Wujin. But in the battle half a year ago, Lu Wujin had lost the upper hand. Oh, very powerful. Chu Zhongtian licked his lips. The life and death secret realm was about to open. Actually, no one was planning to fight there, and it was just for show. Therefore, Chu Zhongtian and Jiang Tian took the opportunity to stop fighting. After about 15 minutes, 7 human figures appeared from afar. They were indeed the young warriors who had the life and death chi on them. There were 5 males and 2 females. It is Luo Tiandu and the rest. Bai Wuxiue looked serious, although these people had not appeared in front of them in the past few years. Those who knew about them all knew who they were. They were the young martial geniuses of the previous generation who had entered the life and death secret realm before, and they were already half-step king warriors. As half-step king warriors, they would naturally not be in the same group as them back then. After all, half-step king warriors and Sea of Souls realm warriors would not be able to compete with each other. Among these 7, Luo Tiandu was the most powerful one, ranked second on the life and death realm warrior list. The other 6 were all on the list as well. Xianhou, Thunder Spirit King, and Luo Tiandu. They were all in the same generation. But back then, Xianhou was just too amazing. Yeah, to be honest, Luo Tiandu had entered the life and death secret realm less than Xianhou, but they were still in the same generation after all. Xianhou and Luo Tiandu were just like us and Luo Tiandu. There was a gap of 10 years in between. Everyone was discussing as they looked at the 7 people who had just arrived. Young people nowadays are all so hot-tempered. The long-haired young man next to Luo Tiandu cracked a smile as he glanced over at Chu Zhongtian, Jiang Tian, and Dugaju. Luo Tiandu sneered, as if you are very old. Hee, compared to them we are considered old. If we were normal people, we would be around 50 years old. Chapter 841. For ordinary people, 50 years was half of their life. But for them, it was 1/6 of their life, and they were still young and promising. If they could enter the life and death realm one day and become a king, then 50 years would be nothing. The life and death secret realm contains life and death stones, which can help us understand life and death and improve our mental state. Unfortunately, there are too many monks and not enough meat, so half of the people will not be able to get one. Brother Luo, you are at the peak of the 3rd layer of life and death challenge. As long as you get a few more stones, you might be able to become a king warrior in the life and death secret realm. Life and death realm is not that easy to reach. Luo Tiandu forced a smile. When he was at the top half-step king warrior level, he would have a 90% chance of reaching the 1st layer of life and death challenge with 1 stone. But from the 1st layer to the 2nd layer, even 2 stones would not be enough. From the 2nd layer to the 3rd layer, the number of stones needed would be doubled. And from the peak of the 3rd layer to the true life and death realm, it would not be enough with just stones. It would also require a bit of luck. Moreover, there were not all the stones in the life and death secret realm. Every time, more than half of the people would not be able to get one, and most of them would only have 1 stone. Only a small portion of them would have more than 2 stones, and their mental state and power would increase drastically. The 7 were extremely fast, and in the blink of an eye, 7 figures had already appeared beside the bronze door. Bai Wuxiue, Lu Xiaoyu, the 4 of you have been competing against each other for more than 10 years. This is really rare. Luo Tiandu sized up Bai Wuxiue and the other 3 with a smile. Perhaps it is fate. The long-haired teenager beside Luo Tiandu laughed as well. Bai Wuxiue, Lu Xiaoyu, Xia Hozuan, and Xiao Chuha. The 4 had always been at the same level since they were young, and the gap between them was not that big. After decades, although these 4 were no longer at their peak and had been surpassed by Yi Qin, Dugujue and Dantai Mingyue, the competition between them had never stopped. Having opponents is not necessarily a bad thing. Don't you think so, Brother Luo? Brother was a respectful title, and did not mean that only people in the same sect could call each other that. Bai Wuxiue was 10 years younger than Luo Tiandu, so calling him brother was not wrong. You're right, Luo, Tiandu nodded. You are already half-step king warriors. As long as your luck is not bad, you should be able to obtain a life and death stone. Who knows, you might even be able to exchange pointers with us. Life and death realm was simply too hard to reach. Even Luo Tian couldn't guarantee that he could become a life and death realm king. In this way, the gap between him and Bai Wuxiue would be getting smaller and smaller. Sooner or later, they would reach the same level, and by then, they would be in a competitive relationship. Those young men seemed to be in a very bad mood. The long-haired young man looked at Dugujue, Chu Zhongtian, and the others with a smile. Bai Wuxiue said, I am ashamed. We are not a match for them. Without a doubt, Dugujue, Dantai Mingyue, Chu Zhongtian, Lu Wujin, and Jiang Tian were all top young warriors at the same level. Yan Fengfeng could barely be considered as well. Then it would be the top 5 young warriors and a couple of top martial geniuses like Bai Minghui. Then it would be the rest of the young warriors. Chu Zhongtian could tell from these people's eyes that they were talking about him and Dugujue. He made a face but did not say anything. He could indeed battle above his realm, but it depended on who his opponent was. As a martial genius himself, Luo Tiandu also had the power to battle above his realm. Plus, his cultivation had reached the peak of the 3rd level of the life and death challenge. If Chu Zhongtian went up, he might not even be able to handle one attack. If he wanted to fight against them, his cultivation would have to reach the life and death challenge at least. Just like Chu Zhongtian, Dugujue, Jiang Tian, and the rest of them all remained silent. There were more and more people arriving at the Bronze Gate, not only from the True Spirit Continent, but also from the ocean region near the True Spirit Continent. The True Spirit Continent had the most people, about 30 of them. Half of them were young and old martial geniuses. Adding those from the ocean region, or the deep ocean, there were more than 50 of them. Moreover, there would be 1 or 2 people arriving every second. Some of them had extremely horrifying qi, but not many people could recognize them. After all, the deep ocean martial geniuses did not have much contact with the True Spirit Continent. Correct. Time passed like water. When it was almost dusk, the ancient Bronze Gate suddenly opened. That ancient voice made everyone's heart skip a beat. The Life and Death Gate is open. Let's go in. Luo Tiandu and the other 6 entered the gate first. Then, the rest of the people entered one after another. Soon, there were only a few people outside the gate. It seems like he is not coming. Chu Zhongtian sighed as he entered the gate. You should not miss it, right? Dugujue was the last to enter. After everyone had entered, the Bronze Gate did not close. Because the sun had not set yet, the world had not fallen into darkness yet. Shoo! In the distance, a silhouette rapidly approached. The silhouette landed on the ground. It was Yi Chen's acquaintance, the Crown Prince of the Blackwater Alliance, Wang Tai. Life and Death Secret Realm. If you miss it once, you might miss it for the rest of your life. That kid has most likely entered, saving me the trouble of looking for him. A sneer appeared on Wang Tai's face. As a strongest half-step king, he was also on the life and death substitute list, ranked 8th. In his eyes, even if Yi Qin became a half-step king, he would not be his opponent. At that time, he would make Yi Qin spit out Zhan Yuan crystals with interest. Just as he was about to enter the gate, Wang Tai sensed something and turned his head. A dazzling golden flame pierced through the air. Within the flame was a tall and slender figure with hair as black as ink. A body refining expert. Wang Tai's brows twitched. Miss, I'm Wang Tai. I wonder, With a smile, Wang Tai blocked the bronze gate, intending to make friends. Scram! The golden flame was like a hot knife cutting through butter, completely ignoring Wang Tai and directly entering the bronze gate. Brushed by the flame, Wang Tai miserably rolled on the ground, his face pale. Damn it! Who is this woman? Wang Tai's complexion was unsightly. He had intended to make friends, but was unexpectedly pushed away by the other party. However, the other party's strength truly startled him. Merely being brushed by the golden flame caused his blood to boil, as if the other party was not a human but a dragon. Humph! With a light snort, Wang Tai followed in. Blood Sky Continent. A large number of young half-step kings were gathered outside the bronze gate of Desolate Mountain. Apart from the 8 young beast lords and 4 demons, there were also some geniuses who were not as famous as them. Some were from Blood Sky Continent, while others were from the ocean. Ling Hui, you said you were defeated by a single person. I wonder if that's true? Young tiger lord's bare arms and chest were covered in fierce tiger stripes. He grinned and said, Ling Hui indifferently said, No need for your concern. Hee, no matter what, we're from the same continent. That kid's origin is mysterious. If I encounter him, perhaps I'll help you vent some anger. Let's talk about it when you encounter him. A strange light flickered in Ling Hui's eyes. He was more or less clear about Yi Chen's strength. In his opinion, young Tiger Lord would most likely suffer a bit if he encountered Yi Chen. Of course, this had nothing to do with him, and he had no obligation to tell him. Young Tiger Lord, be careful not to fail miserably. These days, anything can happen. Lan Sanmei flicked the hair on his forehead that had been messed up by the wind and said indifferently, Failure miserably is the behavior of a fool. Do you think such a thing would happen to me? Young Tiger Lord smiled disdainfully. That's not necessarily true. Lan Sanmei revealed a mocking expression. You, young Tiger Lord fiercely glared at Lan Sanmei. The latter's words were clearly directed at him. What? I'm just speaking the truth. In half a month, although Yi Chen's deeds had not spread throughout the Blood Sky Continent, as a disciple of demonic blade sect, how could Lan Sanmei not know about it? When she heard the news, she immediately thought of Yi Chen. In her opinion, only Yi Chen had this kind of strength, and he came from another place. Humph! Young Tiger Lord did not want to argue with Lan Sanmei. She was the head disciple of demonic blade sect, and although she looked like a flower, her temperament was extremely savage. He was not ready to have a falling out with her. Once he entered the life and death secret realm and obtained some life and death stones, he would deal with her properly. From afar, Yi Chen could see the bronze gate towering between heaven and earth, as well as the numerous young experts standing outside of it. Quite a lot of people, Yi Chen mumbled to himself. Yi Chen's arrival was naturally seen by others. I've never seen this person before. The gazes of the 8 young beast lords for demons and numerous young experts all landed on Yi Chen's body. Some were curious, some were malicious, and some were kind. Ling Hui clenched his fists and sucked in a deep breath. He had not broken through to the life and death chamber, so he could not be Yi Chen's opponent. However, he would definitely settle this score. You're here. Lan Sanmei sensed that Yi Chen's aura had increased by a large margin. He was clearly a high-level half-step king, but he did not know what level his strength had reached. Life and death secret realm only happens once every 10 years. How could I miss it? Yi Chen smiled at Lan Sanmei. Indeed, only the life and death secret realm can shorten the time needed to enter the life and death realm. Lan Sanmei and Yi Chen were chatting happily, which surprised many people. Demoness Blade Lan Sanmei was definitely not a kind person. It was rare to see her talking normally with someone of the opposite sex. Sister Lan, who is he? Why don't you introduce him? While the two were talking, a tall, green-haired youngster walked over. Those who knew him couldn't help but sigh. This green-haired youngster was none other than the head of the 4 demons, young, undying demon lord. The matter of young, undying demon lord pursuing Loshan Mei was known to almost everyone. Lan Sanmei frowned. He is my friend, Yi Qin. Ah, it is, Brother Yi. If there is a chance, let's get to know each other. Sister Lan, and you can chat, so I should be able to chat with you as well. The teenager said with a hint, as if he was telling Yi Qin that Lan Sanmei had a good relationship with him, so it would be better for him to understand. The life and death gate is about to open, right? Yi Qin moved away from him and looked at the bronze gate. Everyone was shocked. This Yi Qin was way too arrogant. The teenager was a bit shocked as well, but he soon covered up the awkwardness and looked at Yi Qin with a cold light flashing through his eyes. As the sun set, the bronze gate suddenly opened with an ancient aura. Chapter 842. Haha, the life and death gate is open. This is my first time entering the life and death secret realm. There were nearly 50 young, half-step kings gathered outside the gate. Seeing the gate open, they all flew into the gate like swallows returning to their nest, disappearing without a trace. The young, undying demon lord glanced at Yi Qin and said to Lan Sanmei, Sister Lan, I'll go first. Remember to look for me once you're inside. The life and death gate was only a transportation gate. Entering at the same time would result in a different destination. Therefore, there was no need for the young, undying demon lord to enter with Lan Sanmei, so he flew in first. Yi Qin, I'll go first. Lan Sanmei was a few years older than Yi Qin, and her cultivation base had reached the peak of the first layer. However, just like Yi Qin, it was her first time seeing the life and death secret realm open. Lan Sanmei's body flickered as she shot into the gate. Yi Qin faintly nodded as he watched everyone enter the gate, including Shi Xiao Bao of the Golden Lion race. The life and death secret realm opens once every 10 years for 3 months. I wonder if the demonic human emperor will let Moron come. After waiting for a while, the sun gradually set, and the gate also showed signs of closing. Smiling bitterly, Yi Qin didn't want to wait any longer. His body flickered as he flew into the gate. Right at this moment, the gate closed with a loud bang, disappearing into the void. This was an extremely strange plane. It wasn't unreasonable to say that it was strange. On the ground, there were places that were lush with green grass and full of life. There were also places that were barren and desolate. There wasn't a clear dividing line between the two, because at this moment, this place might still be green, but in the next moment, the green grass might instantly wither and dissipate, while in the desolate place, tender shoots would instantly grow. The tender shoots would grow at an astonishing speed, and in a short while, the green grass would cover the ground. Life and death, flourishing and withering. It was happening all the time. What a great secret realm! Yi Qin, who had just arrived, was shocked by this scene. Growing a plant and making it flourish was something that he, who had comprehended the wood profound, could do as well. However, it would be impossible for him to do as he did in the life and death secret realm, allowing nature to take its course. Life and death secret realm seemed to contain the cycle of life and death. Life was not the beginning, and death was not the end. Life and death were merely a cycle. Screech! Suddenly, a soul-piercing eagle cry came from above his head. Yi Qin looked up and saw an eagle form in the sky, where clear and turbid air currents intertwined. The eagle's body was blurry and didn't seem to be alive, but its speed was incomparably fast. A moment ago, it was 10,000 zhang high in the sky, and in the next moment, its claws were less than 3 feet away from Yi Qin's head. Yi Qin did not dare to be careless. He instantly unsheathed his evil vanquishing sword and stabbed the eagle's chest. Puchi! Without spilling any blood, the goshawk's body turned blurry and eventually turned into a 2-colored airflow, which dispersed into the universe. This was the chi of life and death. The goshawk was formed by the chi of life and death. Seems like I can't be careless. This is only the outer area of the life and death secret realm, and the evil spirit here has the strength of a mid-level half-step king. Normal half-step king warriors would be clawed to death without any powerful tricks. Life and death evil spirits were formed by the chi of life and death. They were non-living creatures that could only survive in the life and death secret realm. Unfortunately, it has just been formed. Although it is powerful, there is no life and death stone in its body. Yi Chen shook his head. The life and death secret realm contained life and death stones, which were usually born in the bodies of evil spirits. Normally, evil spirits with life and death stones would be extremely hard to destroy. For example, if that goshawk evil spirit had a life and death stone in its body, Yi Chen wouldn't have been able to destroy it with one sword attack. After flying for a while, a shocking energy vibration exploded in the distant sky. Someone was fighting as soon as I entered? Could it be that they found the life and death stone? His eyebrows twitching, Yi Chen increased his speed instead of slowing down, turning into a beam of sword light. On a boundless plain, two figures continuously clashed with each other. Violent shockwaves spread out everywhere, creating huge craters on the plain. This life and death stone was obtained by me after killing so many evil spirits. If you know what's good for you, leave now. Otherwise, there will only be one of us. The yellow-robed youngster scolded the brown-robed youngster while exchanging blows. The brown-robed youngster sneered, "Winner takes all. Life and death stone is not something you can have. Let me take care of it for you." "Bastard, you are going too far." The yellow-robed youngster was furious. The life and death secret realm was divided into 3 areas: the core area, the inner area, and the outer area. If the whole secret realm was a circle, then the core area would naturally be in the middle, while the inner area would be between the core area and the outer area. The outer area was the safest, but correspondingly, it also had the least amount of life and death stones. Those who did not have enough power and could only stay in the outer area would not be able to get a life and death stone. If they could get a life and death stone, then it would be a sign of extreme luck. The yellow-robed youngster found an evil spirit as soon as he entered. Thinking that he might be lucky, he fought with this evil spirit for 300 rounds before finally killing it. What made him ecstatic was that there was indeed a life and death stone inside this evil spirit's body, one that could possibly allow him to reach the life and death challenge realm. Unfortunately, the life and death stone was discovered before it could even warm up. Pung, 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 pung. The two exchanged blows crazily, the shock waves of their battle shaking the plain within hundreds of miles. It was as if there were countless elephants running through it. Die. The yellow-robed youngster had fought with the evil spirit before, so he was slightly wounded. After a long battle, the brown-robed youngster found a gap and punched him in the chest. Pooh! Puking out a mouthful of blood, the yellow-robed youngster was blown backward. Following closely behind, the brown-robed youngster threw another punch at the head of the yellow-robed youngster. All of a sudden, the aggressive fist power shattered the head of the yellow-robed youngster. Then a strange scene happened. After the yellow-robed youngster's head exploded, his whole body started to fade, and so did the blood mist. A life and death stone surrounded by 2 colored chi flows floated in the air. Holding the life and death stone in his hand, the brown-robed youngster laughed out loud. With this life and death stone, as long as his luck was not bad, he would be able to reach the life and death challenge realm. After all, those who came to the life and death secret realm all had extremely high potential. Even without the life and death stone, they would still have a great chance of reaching the life and death challenge realm. The life and death stone could only save them a lot of time. Of course, what the martial geniuses lacked was time. Someone is coming. The brown-robed youngster's expression changed. The life and death stone merged with his body, and his speed increased drastically. Within a blink of an eye, He had disappeared into the horizon. He sure runs fast. From afar, Yi Chen had arrived. Looking at the place where the brown-robed youngster had disappeared, he felt a bit regretful. One life and death stone had a 90% chance of helping a high-rank half-step king warrior reach the life and death challenge realm, although it only referred to the martial geniuses and not all of the high-rank half-step king warriors. Everyone who came here was a martial genius. Inside the savage mountains of the Blood Skyland, the place where the life and death door had once appeared, pop! The space twisted, and a yellow-robed youngster appeared. Damn! If I don't take revenge, I will not be a human anymore. The yellow-robed youngster had an evil look on his face. There were not many life and death stones in the outer area of the life and death secret realm, so Yi Chen did not want to waste any more time here. 1,000-year life grass. Life fruit. The life and death secret realm was not a dead land. There were also some spirit medicines here. The life grass and the life fruit had the effect of healing wounds. Once they reached a certain age, they could even grow bones from the dead, which made them extremely valuable. Spirit medicines and fruits that could heal wounds were extremely rare, so Yi Chen would naturally not let them go, so he put them all away. Continuing forward, Yi Chen scanned the surroundings with his soul power from time to time, maintaining a range that would not consume too much soul power and would not miss any treasures nearby. As his soul power scanned over a rock, Yi Chen seemed to have discovered something and scanned it again. Such a dense death chi. Stopping his body, Yi Chen landed beside the rock. This rock was ordinary and gray-white in color, but if one looked closely, they would discover that there was a faint gray aura lingering on its surface. As soon as this gray aura came into contact with the nearby vegetation, it would immediately wither away, and the earth would lose all life. Rise! Yi Chen reached out his palm, and a suction force appeared. Rumble! A huge rock shot out of the ground, and Yi Chen held it in his right hand. With a light shake of his palm, the rock shattered. Within the shattered rock was a palm-sized, profound black iron ore. On the surface of the iron ore, there was a gray chi flowing in and out as if it was breathing. As soon as Yi Chen's Genuan came in contact with it, it showed signs of breaking apart. Death Chi Iron. Yi Chen slowly spat out a word. Death Chi Iron was one of the extreme rank metals. Although it was not listed in the top 10 mystical metals, it was still a rare extreme rank metal. Yi Chen had the sword forging art, and in the future, when he wanted to forge extreme rank swords, he would have a huge demand for extreme rank metals. To him, this Death Chi Iron was not much weaker than the Life and Death Stone. Hee, your luck is not bad to be able to find such a huge piece of Death Chi Iron. After refining it, you will be able to obtain a Longan-sized piece of Death Chi Iron. Let's make a deal. 5 million upper rank soul stones. Sell this to me. Not far away, a figure flew over. He stared at the Death Chi Iron in Yi Chen's hand with greed in his eyes. 5 million upper rank soul stones. Are you trying to chase away a beggar? Yi Chen had long since noticed him. Since the two of them didn't have any conflicts of interest before, they didn't clash even though they weren't far apart. I am the head disciple of the White Wolf Bee sect. People call me Young Wolf. I believe you have heard of my name. Give me some face and sell it to me for 5 million upper rank soul stones. The White Wolf Bee sect was one of the top 10 bee sects, and Young Wolf was one of the top 8 bee sections. Most people would be afraid of these two names and then make the right choice. After saying this, Young Wolf stared at Yi Chen with a smile, waiting for the latter to hand over the Death Chi Iron. Chapter 843. 500 million top rank soul stones, and I will sell it to you. Yi Chen sneered. So, you are not going to give me face? The wolf warrior's expression froze. Although the Death Chi Iron was an extreme rank metal, it would not be worth 500 million top rank soul stones. Yi Chen was just making fun of him, and did not plan to sell it to him at all. So what if I am putting away the death chi iron ore. Yi Chen looked at him lightly. I will give you 5 million top-rank soul stones in exchange for a peaceful situation. What a great thing! But since you are so shameless, then I will not give you any face either. Right now, even if you beg me for the death chi iron, or it would still be useless. The wolf warrior's expression turned evil as 2 white fangs appeared on the corner of his mouth. You really think you are somebody? Among the 8 beast warriors, the elephant warrior was the strongest, followed by the snake warrior, then the eagle warrior, and then the tiger warrior. The rest of the 4 did not have a ranking, and the wolf warrior was one of them. If he could not even handle 1 wolf warrior, then there would be no point for Yi Chen. Obviously, this wolf warrior thought too highly of himself. You are looking for death. The wolf warrior squeezed his eyes as his body suddenly disappeared from where he was standing. When he reappeared, he was already 10 meters away from Yi Chen. He stretched out his right hand. His originally human palm suddenly expanded and turned into a giant wolf claw. The claws were extremely sharp, like 4 sharp blades flickering with cold light. They were at least a foot long, and wherever they passed, the space was distorted and dispersed into ripples. The wolf warrior attacked without any hesitation, and normal people would not be able to handle it. Die. The claw light approached Yi Chen within a second, scratching through Yi Chen's body. Shoo! For beams of cold light flashed through Yi Chen's body, and his body seemed to have been torn apart. However, the wolf warrior saw it and could not help but feel a chill in his heart. If it were a real body, how could there be no blood coming out? Even if there was no blood, there should at least be some resistance, since the protective layer of a half-step king warrior was not made of tofu. Shadow. The wolf warrior's expression changed drastically as he suddenly turned around and waved his claws. Too slow. In his sight, Yi Chen stabbed out with his great sword. In the midair, a cold star appeared, which was the sign of the extreme speed of the sword art. Puchi, the evil vanquishing sword pierced into the wolf young master's shoulder, and the wolf young master's sharp claws missed, not even touching Yi Chen's body. You can't escape. As one of the 8 young demon lords, Lang Shao was no ordinary demon beast. He opened his mouth at Yi Chen, and a green light ball formed in his throat, ready to be shot out. The distance between the 2 of them was only a few feet. At such a close distance, young Wolf Master did not think that Yi Chen could escape the bombardment of the roaring bomb. Yes, have you forgotten that you are a demonic beast? As the thought flashed through his mind, Yi Chen shook the evil vanquishing sword in advance. Under the influence of the sword, Lang Shao's body was slightly twisted, and the blue light ball's trajectory was also slightly changed. It brushed past Yi Chen's shoulder, creating sparks as it rubbed against his protective Zhen Yuan. Missing the first attack, Lang Shao hurriedly backed out. Because of his extreme speed when his body was separated from the sword, a stream of blood shot out of his body, which made his face go pale. What made his face turn even paler was that he managed to pull an inch of distance away from the evil shattering sword. But after that, no matter how hard he tried, he could not pull it any further. It was because Yi Chen had caught up with him the second he stepped back. Such a horrifying reaction made the wolf warrior secretly regret. If he had known that Yi Chen was this powerful, he would not have gone against him for a death chi iron ore. This is my fault. The death chi iron ore belongs to you. I will leave immediately. Since things had reached this point, Lang Shao knew that it would be better for him to leave first. Although the life and death secret realm could not actually kill people, once one was fatally wounded, they would be transported out. At that time, the life and death stone would not be his anymore. As for after leaving, he would try his best to get a life and death stone as soon as possible and increase his cultivation to the first level of the life and death challenge. By then, it would not be too late to find Yi Chen for revenge. You will leave. Leave the life and death secret realm. Yi Chen's speed increased drastically as his sword light sliced through the Lang Xiao's neck. Pooh! A huge head was tossed into the air. Lang Xiao's body started to fade, eventually disappearing from the life and death secret realm. Putting his sword back into its scabbard, Yi Chen appeared behind where Lang Xiao had disappeared. Dealing with these beasts, I should be clean. Yi Chen was very clear about Lang Xiao's power. As a beast, Lang Xiao did not even have the chance to turn into his original form, nor did he have the chance to use his beast power. Because of his carelessness, he did not have the time to use his power. By the time he wanted to, it was already too late. After all, Yi Chen's sword art was extremely fast, so how could he have the chance to use his real power? In other words, Lang Xiao had been wronged. Of course, it did not mean that Lang Xiao had lost unjustly. It was just that he had lost too fast, and he had only attacked twice. Inside the savage mountains, boom! A huge mountain had been shattered, and Lang Xiao was shaking with anger. Damn it, damn it, damn it! The teenager in black, standing in front of Yi Chen, turned around to look at Yi Chen, a smile appearing on his face. You are Tai Kuangzuan. Yi Chen could tell that he was not a beast, and his cultivation had reached the peak of the second level of the life and death challenge. In the entire Blood Sky Land, only Tai Kuangzuan seemed to fit the description. After all, he had seen the undying demon lord, Lan Sanmei, and Ling Hu Yi among the 4 demons. However, he was not sure, since there were not only the martial geniuses from the Blood Sky Land, but also some martial geniuses from the ocean. Not bad. Tai Kuangzuan laughed. This is the first time I have seen someone ignore the undying demon lord right in front of his face. You are my type. If people respect me, I will respect them back 10 times. That is all. Hee, but you have to be careful. The undying demon lord is very powerful, and it has already reached a critical point. His undying demon art has made him invincible. Although I do not know what gives you the confidence to go against him, I would still advise you to increase your cultivation as soon as possible. The Tai Kuangzuan in front of him and the one in the rumors seemed to be 2 different people. According to the rumors, Tai Kuangzuan had mastered the ability to turn into a demon without losing his mind, which made him arrogant and crazy. However, the one in front of him, Yi Chen, could feel a trace of kindness from him. Thanks for the reminder. Yi Chen nodded. All right, I will not say any more. I believe that you are not that kind of reckless person. Tai Kuangzuan turned around and looked at the teenager on the bridge. The bridge was not that long. From this side, one could see the other side of the inner area, which was only 100 meters long. The teenager on the bridge had only taken a few steps when he was attacked by the first wave of attacks. The stone statues on both sides of the bridge seemed to have come to life as they opened their mouths and shot out beams of light wave after wave. The light wave was extremely dense and powerful, and the teenager was blown back while puking out a mouthful of blood. Damn, the bridge is too narrow. There is no place to dodge. The teenager was very unwilling, but he did not want to try anymore. It was only the first wave of attacks. Even if he could survive the first wave, he would not be able to survive the second and third wave. If he was killed and teleported out of the secret realm, it would be a huge loss for him. After all, there was still hope of getting life and death stones in the outer area. I will go first, Tai Kuangzuan said to Yi Chen before stepping onto the bridge. As the second of the 4 demons, the attack from the life and death bridge was just child's play to Tai Kuangzuan. In just a moment, Tai Kuangzuan crossed the bridge and entered the inner area. It seems like it is not that hard. As Yi Chen was about to step onto the bridge, a human figure suddenly flew over his head and landed on the bridge. Just like Tai Kuangzuan, this person did not care about the attacks from the bridge at all. When he reached the middle of the bridge, he turned around and smiled creepily. He then waved his hand and created a layer of chi wall on the bridge. He then placed a couple of crystals on the four corners of the chi wall to stabilize it. Hee hee, I will leave you guys with a greeting gift. As he spoke, he crossed the bridge and arrived on the other side. Damn, who is this guy? The bridge was already hard to cross, and now there was a chi wall in the middle of it. Was he trying to make it impossible for them to cross? Chapter 844. I know him. He is Duan Lang, ranked 13th on the Life and Death Realm substitute list. Among all the Life and Death Realm warriors, he likes to hurt others the most. Last time when the Life and Death Secret Realm was opened, a lot of people had been hurt by him and wasted a lot of time. The speaker was a young man who looked like he was in his 30s, but his real age was probably in his 50s. Thinking about it, he had also been in the Life and Death Secret Realm last time, and he might have been hurt by Duan Lang or seen others suffer. This Duan Lang is so evil. His cultivation is at the second level of the Life and Death Challenge. Why would he want to mess with us? So despicable. Let's break this chi wall together. The bridge stops people from going through, but it should not stop chi power from going through, right? Someone suggested. Yeah, use chi power to attack from afar. There's so many of us here. If we spend some time, we will be able to break this chi wall easily. Hearing him, everyone's eyes brightened. It's useless. Yi Chen shook his head. Useless? Have you tried it before? These people turned around and looked at Yi Chen. The Life and Death Bridge, no matter if it is a human or a power, they will not be able to go through without any problems, because the stone statues on both sides of the bridge will attack the power as well. The chi wall will not be attacked because it is a safe area. As he spoke, Yi Chen waved his hand and a chi power shot out. Boom, boom, boom. When that chi power arrived on the bridge, the stone statues on both sides opened their mouths and shot out beams of light, destroying the chi power. What? Even chi power could not go through? Damn, this Duan Lang is so annoying. It seems like we should go look for other bridges, unless we can wait for a top half-step king warrior to show up. Only they would be able to break this chi wall. Let's go. Let's not waste time here. Some of them were preparing to leave. No need to look for other bridges. I can break this chi wall. It was indeed Yi Chen who was talking. He started walking on the bridge, step by step. When he arrived on the bridge, the stone statues on both sides shot out beams at him. However, before they could even get close to Yi Chen, they were all cut in half, as if there was an invisible sword net covering Yi Chen. Such a fast sword speed. Among those present, which of them wasn't a genius and a half-step king? Therefore, although they couldn't see the trajectory of Yi Chen's sword, they could at least see Yi Chen's sword. Yi Chen's sword, which had been launched later, arrived first. It was unknown how many times he had slashed in an instant, breaking through the first wave of attacks. Soon, Yi Chen arrived next to the chi wall. Yi Chen swung his sword diagonally without the need to accumulate power. Chi! A bright sword mark flashed across the chi wall. In the next moment, the chi wall was destroyed. What a frightening sword artist! His cultivation base is only at the top half-step king realm. How can his attacking power be so powerful? Everyone was shocked. Duan Lang himself was at the second level of the Life and Death Challenge. Although the defense of the chi wall left behind by him could not reach this level, it would still take someone at least at the first level of the Life and Death Challenge to break it. The chi wall that Duan Lang had left behind was very special. It was a place that was not attacked by the stone statues. Waiting until the chi wall was broken, Yi Chen took a step forward, and the stone statues reacted immediately. Beams of light attacked toward Yi Chen. If it were someone else, they would be able to break through the chi wall with a little bit of time. However, they did not have the time because, while they were attacking the chi wall, the stone statues behind Yi Chen would also be attacking him. Unless they could break through the chi wall in an instant, they would be badly wounded by the light waves behind them. In other words, once they were in the middle of the bridge, They would be attacked if they moved forward, and they would be attacked if they moved backward. If they could not make it through, they would be killed immediately. It would be impossible for them to be blown back, unless they could not even make it through the first wave of attacks. After passing through the bridge easily, Yi Qin did not even look back as he entered the inner area. As for the people behind him, they would have to rely on their own power to make it through. The number of evil spirits in the inner area was way more than the outer area. In the outer area, it would be lucky to run into one every couple of days. But in the inner area, Yi Qin would run into one almost every day. Unfortunately, even in the inner area, the chance of having a life and death stone inside the evil spirits was not that high. If 1 out of 50 evil spirits had a life and death stone, it would already be a very high chance. Pooh! After killing a wild bull evil spirit, Yi Qin shook his head. It did not have a life and death stone inside its body. No wonder every time the life and death secret realm opens, more than half of the people would not be able to get a life and death stone. Among the remaining people, 60% of them would only be able to get one. In order to get a life and death stone, one would not only have to be powerful, but also have to be lucky. Without luck, killing 50 of them would not be as good as killing one. The good thing is that I can stay in the life and death secret realm for 3 months. Right now, only 10 days have passed, and there are still 2 months left. No rush. Yi Qin was not in a hurry at all. If he could not get a life and death stone in the inner area, there was still the core area, where the chance of getting one would be higher. It would also be a place where powerful warriors would fight for. While Yi Qin was killing evil spirits, the others were not just sitting around. This time there were more than 150 people who had entered the life and death secret realm. There were almost 200 people, and more than half of them would be able to make it to the inner area. If it were not for the fact that the inner area was big enough, Yi Qin might be able to run into these people. Swoosh! A pale, white blade light sliced through the sky and cut open a fierce tiger evil spirit's body. The fierce tiger evil spirit was extremely powerful. Even after being cut open, it did not disappear. Instead, it twisted its body and jumped toward Deguju with a roar. Die! The white-haired Deguju had a cold look on his face as his long blade sliced through the tiger evil spirit's head. Boom! The tiger evil spirit was killed immediately, and its body disappeared. After its body disappeared, a stone surrounded by 2 colored chi flows floated in the air. Life and death stone! Deguju's cold eyes slightly brightened. As the number 1 martial genius of the Degu family, Deguju did not have as many Zhenyuan crystals as Yi Qin, but there were life and death realm warriors in the family, so some Zhenyuan crystals were more than enough for him to train. Relying on the Zhenyuan crystals and his extremely high training talent, Deguju was already at top rank half-step king warrior level. As long as he was not too unlucky, 1 life and death stone would definitely allow him to reach the first level of the life and death challenge. This way, the gap between my cultivation and theirs will be smaller. In Deguju's mind, they were the top warriors in the life and death realm substitute list. On the other side, haha, my luck is not bad. I killed 12 evil spirits and got 1 life and death stone. I have the evil spirit body. Once I reach the first level of the life and death challenge, who would be able to beat me? Chu Zhongtian had merged the life and death stone into his body. He could clearly feel that the stone was helping him to improve his mental state. It was a slow process, but it was a continuous process. No, those older generation martial geniuses are nothing to worry about. I will surpass them sooner or later. But Deguju, Dantai Mingyue Luojian, and Jiang Tian are not easy to mess with. If their realms are higher than mine, then the chance of me beating them would be very small. Chu Zhongtian's comprehensive ability was not that high. Among the people who had entered the life and death secret realm, he was probably the last one. Therefore, he felt that 1 life and death stone was not enough. It would be best if he could get more and reach the 3rd level of the life and death challenge. In the blink of an eye, 20 days had passed. During this time, more than half of the people who had entered the inner area had gotten one life and death stone. All of them were improving their mental states, and some of them had even increased their realms. How could one describe Yi Chen's luck? Very bad. Entering the inner area, he had killed 25 evil spirits in total, but he had not gotten even one life and death stone. 2 life and death evil spirits. I hope my luck is better. On this day, Yi Chen ran into 2 life and death evil spirits that had gathered together. This was something that had never happened before, since life and death evil spirits usually moved alone. Go. The broken blood sword was taken out of its scabbard, turning into 33 sword shadows and shooting out. Swoosh! Swoosh! Under the attack of Yi Chen's defensive sword spell, the 2 evil spirits could not do anything. They were pierced through by the sword shadows and disappeared immediately. Got it. Yi Chen squeezed his eyes. After one of the evil spirits disappeared, a life and death stone floated out, releasing a 2-colored chi flow. Holding the life and death stone, Yi Chen studied it carefully. He could feel that once his soul power got close to the stone, a magical feeling would be transmitted back to him. That feeling was like going through countless life and death battles, and his mental state was slowly improving. The life and death stone allows people to feel life and death. No wonder it can improve mental state. But it is still an external item after all. With it, I can increase my cultivation by a small level. But if I want to reach the life and death realm, it is not something that the life and death stone can do. The chance is very small. Activating his Zhen Yuan, the life and death stone naturally merged into his body. Yi Chen sensitively realized that there was a faint life and death qi leaking out of his body. If one did not look carefully, it would be hard to notice. This life and death qi is released by the life and death stone automatically, so it is hard to hide. I hope no one will come looking for trouble. Yi Chen immediately understood that the life and death stone that had merged into his body could also be stolen. As long as he killed the opponent, the life and death stone inside his body would be exposed. Unless the stone's energy had been used up, it would still be useful. After half a month, some people had already gotten their second life and death stone. Although Yi Chen did not get a second life and death stone, the life and death stone inside his body had already been used up, and his cultivation had surprisingly reached the first layer of life and death challenge. The first layer of life and death challenge had doubled his Jin Yuan. When he was a high-level half-step king warrior, he could use the evil shattering sword 10 times. But now he could use it 20 times. The quality of his Zhen Yuan had also improved a little, becoming purer than before. In addition, Yi Chen could vaguely feel that his understanding of life and death had deepened, and his usage of Zhen Yuan had naturally improved as well. The life and death challenge realm was extremely mysterious, allowing one to comprehend life and death. The gap between a high-level half-step king warrior and a strongest half-step king warrior is not small at all. Under the situation where the talent and comprehensive ability are similar, the latter can easily beat the former without any effort. With my current strength, I wonder how much of a chance I would have if I were to encounter a normal life and death realm warrior. Last time, during the battle with the demonic human king, Yi Chen had used all of his skills, including the Sky Scorpio sword. But he still could not do anything to his opponent. His opponent had been hit a few times, but it did not hurt at all. The gap was simply too huge. Chapter 845. Of course, last time, Yi Chen was at mid-rank half-step king warrior level, and now he was at the first level of the life and death challenge. The gap between them was huge, and it would be impossible for him to fight against demi-demon kings. Even normal king warriors would not have much hope, but at least there was a slight possibility. At the early rank half-step king warrior level, the Zhen Yuan would combine with the blood in the arteries, completing a cycle. At the mid-rank, the Zhen Yuan would combine with the blood in the veins. At the high rank, The Zhenyuan would combine with the blood in the capillaries. As for the life and death challenge, the Zhenyuan would combine with the flesh and blood in the body. Comprehending life and death was the improvement of one's mental state. With the improvement of the mental state, it would be much easier to increase one's cultivation level. The control of one's body would also be very powerful, and one would be able to look inside one's body. This was also the reason why one's cultivation could increase by leaps and bounds with a high mental state, just like the head disciple of the Zhang Tian martial school, Gao Ziyuan. After spending 3 days, Yi Chun had stabilized his cultivation. Then he started to head deeper into the inner area. Perhaps it was because the life and death bridge was right in front of him, but along the way, Yi Chun had run into a lot of young martial geniuses. There were beasts, humans, and demi-beasts, but demi-demons were rare. Boom! After traveling for a while, an intense explosion sound was heard. The powerful qi flow spread out in all directions, and some of the plants had been uprooted. There is a battle going on. Let's go check it out. The young martial geniuses who had come to the life and death secret realm were not only here for the life and death stones, but also to witness the power of the other martial geniuses. The battle was very attractive to them, and their eyes all brightened up as their speed increased drastically. The battles in the inner area must be way more intense than the outer area. Yi Qin thought to himself. After traveling for a few thousand miles, Yi Qin arrived at the battle site. So many people. Looking around, Yi Qin was a bit surprised. In the sky above the mountain range, 2 groups of people were confronting each other. One group was led by the young tiger warrior and a hook-nosed youngster, while the other group was led by a long-haired youngster and a brown-haired woman. The young tiger warrior and the hook-nosed youngster represented the blood sky land, while the long-haired youngster and the brown-haired woman represented the true spirit continent. This was because Yi Qin saw Bai Minghui, Sita Hao, and a few other familiar faces in this group. Yi Qin's arrival did not attract too much attention. Everyone's attention was on the 2 people fighting. True spirit continents, martial geniuses, are nothing more than this. The young man with a horn on his head shook his long spear, and the spear light rose sharply, turning into a huge snake head that bit the short and thin young man. Puff! The short and skinny young man's protective Zhenyuan was broken, and he was sent flying back while spurting out blood. Ha! After defeating his opponent, the burly young man laughed arrogantly. The martial geniuses of the true spirit continent are too weak. They have already lost 2 battles in a row. It seems like the true spirit continent is only famous, but has been left behind by our blood sky land. Yeah, you are right. The true spirit continent indeed has a lot of martial geniuses, but not many elites. On the other hand, our blood sky land has 8 beast warriors and 4 demons, who are the elites of the elites. On the other side, the people from the blood sky land started to talk. They did not care about the martial geniuses from the true spirit continent at all. Frog in a well. Bai Minghui stood out. Who are you calling a frog in a well? The burly young man pointed his long spear at Bai Minghui. Bai Minghui sneered. I am talking about you. Don't think that just because you beat 2 people from our true spirit continent, you can show off your power. Let me tell you the truth. When you meet the real martial geniuses from our true spirit continent, you will be shocked. Swoosh! You must be joking. The burly young man did not believe him at all. Cut the crap. You use a spear and so do I. Let's see how I beat you. A silver dragon-long spear appeared in Bai Minghui's hand, its body shining brightly. Bring it on. I will make sure you will be convinced. The burly young man looked a bit serious. He could feel that Bai Minghui's spear intent was very powerful. He was a real spear artist. Sky Bank third movement. Sky Bank forever separation. As soon as Bai Minghui arrived, he performed the third movement of his Sky Bank. His body split into 2, and the 2 of them performed the first movement at the same time. Although it was only one movement, the aura was completely different. One was in the light while the other was in the dark. The two auras combined together, and the sky bank changed immediately. That sharp spear light expanded without a limit, expanding by hundreds of times within a second. It then shot out with its spear intent locked onto that young man. Not good. This attack is very powerful. The burly young man waved his long spear, creating a swirl in front of him, trying to devour the spear light. Boom! 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 The swirl was shattered, and so was the spear light. However, Bai Ming Hui's attack did not stop there. Sky Bank fourth movement, 10 directions, unstoppable. If the third movement of the Sky Bank was the combination of 2 first movements, then the fourth movement would be the combination of 2 second movements, which would be more than twice as powerful. A couple of years ago, Bai Ming Hui had already created the third movement. After that, he had created some other movements as well. The fourth movement was something he had only learned not long ago. Swoosh! The burly young man blocked out 7 of the silver light beams, but the last 3 landed on his stomach and chest, blowing him away while blood puked out of his mouth. Great! Finally winning 1 round, all of the young martial geniuses from the True Spirit continent cheered. This Bai Ming Hui has indeed great potential. He has just reached the first level of the life and death challenge, and he already has power that is way beyond his peers. The long-haired young man said to the brown-haired lady, "Yeah, among the local martial geniuses of our True Spirit continent, besides Dugu Ju, Dan Tai Mingyue, Chu Zhongtian, and Yan Fengfeng, this Bai Ming Hui has the most potential." The brown-haired lady nodded. "He has even created the fourth movement." Yi Qin chuckled. The higher the level, the harder it would be to create. He remembered that when Bai Ming Hui challenged him, he only had the first movement. Then he had the second and third movement, and his progress was not slow at all. "Who else wants to challenge me?" Bai Ming Hui said with a loud voice. "Me." The people from the Blood Sky land were not convinced, so a dark-faced young man walked out. After 3 attacks, that dark-faced young man puked out a mouthful of blood as well. Bai Ming Hui's power was extremely famous in the whole True Spirit continent, even compared to Du Gujue and the rest of the warriors. He was only slightly weaker, so no one could ignore him. Today was the first time he had battled with a genius from the Blood Sky land, and he had won 2 battles in a row. It is a draw. The Blood Sky land has won 2 rounds, and our True Spirit continent has won 2 rounds as well. As long as Bai Ming Hui wins 1 more round, we will have the upper hand. I wonder who will challenge us next. The martial geniuses from the True Spirit continent discussed among themselves. Never mind, it will save me the trouble. I will beat you all by myself. On his forehead, on his bare arms, there were faint tiger stripes. As soon as he stepped out, a natural tiger's might radiated out. Everyone seemed to hear the roar of a tiger coming from the void. Those who were slightly weaker couldn't even control their own bodies. On the True Spirit continent, there was a demi-beast family called the Sky Tiger race, and the Tiger Warrior's ancestor was also a Sky Tiger. The Sky Tiger bloodline flowing in his body was way richer than the demi-beast's bloodline. It would not be wrong to call him a Sky Tiger because his bloodline was extremely close to his ancestors. Such a powerful beast bloodline. Bai Ming Hui squinted his eyes as his scalp went numb. On the True Spirit continent, Yan Fingfing's comprehensive ability was not that high, but because she was a blue phoenix, she was extremely powerful. Although she seemed to be a bit weaker than Dugu Ju would not be able to beat her. At most, he would have the upper hand. However, this tiger warrior did not only have a beast bloodline that was not weaker than Yan Fingfing's, but his cultivation had also reached the peak of the 2nd level of the life and death challenge. "Tiger warrior, you are bullying us." The young man with an aquiline nose said with a smile, "Are you ready?" The tiger warrior looked at Bai Ming Hui with disdain. Make your move. Bai Ming Hui's body split into two, one on the left and the other on the right, standing side by side. Then die. The tiger warrior's body flashed like a ferocious tiger as he jumped out. In midair, he reached out with his right hand, his massive tiger claws tearing apart the surreal space. So fast! Bai Ming Hui only saw a blur in front of his eyes, and the tiger warrior had already jumped over. Not having enough time to dodge, the two Bai Ming Huis performed the second movement of Sky Bank at the same time, attacking the tiger warrior. Break! The tiger warrior waved his hand, and the 10 incoming silver light beams were torn apart. Suddenly, a stick-like tail grew out of his, but which landed on one of the Bai Ming Hui's body, shattering him into pieces on the spot, turning him into light dots and disappearing into the air. It was the clone that was killed, while Bai Ming Hui's real body backed out. His left hand formed a spell, and a blue cage descended from the sky, trapping the tiger warrior. A sneer appeared on the tiger warrior's face. Do you think you can trap me like this? Of course not, but as long as you can buy me some time, it will be fine. Bai Ming Hui had not been able to perform the fourth movement before, and had only managed to perform 2 separate movements. But with the cage trapping the tiger warrior, Bai Ming Hui finally managed to perform the fourth movement. 10 silver light beams attacked toward the tiger warrior in a disorderly manner. Sky Tiger Roar. Facing Bai Ming Hui's killing attack, the tiger warrior looked calm as he suddenly opened his mouth to roar. As that roar was let out, time seemed to have stopped, and the space around him started to twist. Boom! The cage was shattered, and the 10 silver light beams were twisted by an invisible power. They did not manage to hurt the tiger warrior at all, but blood leaked out of the corner of Bai Ming Hui's mouth. An attack with willpower! Bai Ming Hui was shocked. It was not that there were no secret arts with willpower attacks, but they were just like soul attacks, which were extremely rare. However, the tiger warrior's Sky Tiger Roar was not a secret art, but a special ability. Secret arts needed to be learned, and the special ability would increase along with one's cultivation. Chin! With a flash of his body, the tiger warrior threw out a claw attack toward Bai Ming Hui. Bai Ming Hui's reaction was rather fast as well, blocking the attack with his long spear in front of his chest. However, the impact of the tiger claw was transmitted into his body through the long spear, blowing him away while puking out a couple of mouthfuls of blood. Coincidentally, the place where Bai Ming Hui had been blown away was right next to Yi Chen. Yi Chen! Bai Ming Hui blurted out. Yi Chen? Who is Yi Chen? Almost no one in the Blood Sky land knew who Yi Chen was. But on the side of the true spirit continent, a lot of people's expressions changed. Who was Yi Chen? There was probably no one who did not know about him. Before Yi Chen left, Duguju had been completely suppressed. Lu Wujian, Jiang Tian, and Chu Zhongtian had all lost to him, or they did not dare to challenge him. Chapter 846. He is Yi Chen. The long-haired young man looked over curiously. During the years when Yi Chen was in the limelight, he was not in the true spirit continent. Instead, he had been traveling in the ocean. When he came back, Yi Chen had already left the true spirit continent, and no one knew where he had gone. However, be it in the tea houses, restaurants, or even on the streets, Yi Chen was the talk of a lot of people. Without even asking around, the long-haired young man already had an impression of Yi Chen in his mind. Martial genius, beast, unrivaled within the same generation, and had never lost a single time since he started his cultivation. With so many honors gathered on one person, the long-haired young man had an intense interest in Yi Chen. He wanted to see what heights this legendary young genius had reached, and whether or not he had the same aptitude as Mysterious Queen, who was unrivaled under the heavens. Duguju is arrogant, while Dantai Mingyue is ethereal. This Yi Chen, what kind of feeling does he give you? The brown-haired woman was also very interested in Yi Chen, so she turned her head and asked the long-haired young man. The long-haired young man thought for a while, then said, It should be tolerance. Tolerance? The brown-haired woman was a bit surprised. A sword artist has a sharp aura, but he is different from normal sword artists. This is the first impression he gave me, the long-haired young man said. That is true. He is indeed different from normal sword artists. The brown-haired woman nodded slightly. If it were not for the fact that they had a certain understanding of Yi Qin, they would not have made such an evaluation. It was because they had heard a lot of things about Yi Qin on the true spirit continent, big and small, and then met him in person that they were able to express their feelings right away. If it were someone else who had seen Yi Qin for the first time, they would not have such a deep feeling. I thought you would not come. It seems like there will be another good show this time. Bai Minghui wiped off the blood on the corner of his mouth and said with a smile, Chasing after the peak is my dream, and it is also the dream of all warriors. How could I not come? Yi Qin looked very calm. If you're done chatting, then die. The tiger warrior did not give up on attacking Bai Minghui. He flipped his right hand and made a grabbing gesture. A 300-meter-long tiger claw appeared in the air, reaching out toward Yi Qin as well. It seemed like he was planning to kill him all at once. Clang! Facing the young tiger, lord from the side, Yi Qin didn't even look at him. He pulled out his sword and slashed. The horrifying sword Qi not only split open the tiger claw, but also slashed towards the young tiger lord. Young tiger master tilted his body and bounced up, barely dodging the sword energy. Still as powerful as ever, Situ Hao smiled bitterly in the crowd, then showed a look of admiration. I didn't expect you to be from the true spirit continent, and you seem to be quite famous. Young Tiger Lord no longer dared to ignore Yi Qin. He had used 70% of his strength in that claw attack just now, but Yi Qin had casually broken it with a sword. He was quite shocked. You are no match for me. Yi Qin shook his head. Seems like I've been underestimated. A cold smile appeared on the young tiger lord's face. You've offended the undying demon lord, so he will come out to take care of you sooner or later. But before that, I'd like to see what gives you the confidence to say that I am not your opponent. As one of the 8 great beast lords, how could he be scared off by a single sentence from Yi Qin? Otherwise, it would be a disgrace to the reputation of the 8 great beast lords. As he spoke, his body shook, and an even more horrifying tiger aura poured out of his body. In the surreal, tiger roars could be heard, and the sky changed color. Coming to the life and death secret realm, the young tiger lord had already obtained a life and death stone. Although he couldn't break through to the 3rd layer from the peak of the 2nd layer, it was not like he didn't make any progress at all. At least his aura pressure was getting more and more powerful. His blue robe fluttered without any wind as Yi Qin's sword aura was like his own sword, unsheathed and clashing with the tiger aura of the young tiger lord. Crackle! The two's auras clashed violently, resulting in a series of loud noises. Even the space was slightly distorted. Unfortunately, this situation only lasted for a split second. After a split second, the young tiger lord staggered and couldn't help but take 3 steps back as his clothes were cut into pieces. Without a doubt, Yi Qin's sword aura was much more powerful than the young tiger lord's tiger aura. How can there be such a powerful sword aura? The young tiger lord's expression changed several times as he instantly understood that he was not Yi Qin's opponent in terms of aura. It was just like when he was facing the young elephant lord. In terms of aura, he was at a complete disadvantage. Competing with Yi Qin's aura, Bai Minghui sneered as he sent a Zhan Yuan transmission to Yi Qin. Be careful of his sky tiger roar! It's very strange, containing a will attack that can shake the space. I've seen it before. Yi Qin faintly nodded. In the savage, ruin ancient place, Yin Fengfeng had exchanged blows with Machi Lu of the Sky Tiger clan. At that time, he had also seen Machi Lu use Sky Tiger Roar. Although its power was far inferior to the young tiger lord's Sky Tiger Roar, the essence was the same. Take this." The young tiger lord roared as his body flashed, waving out a claw attack. This time, the young tiger lord did not hold back at all. He used all of his power, forming a massive tiger claw with a powerful vibration. Yi Chen's expression did not change as he took a step forward, stabbing out his evil shattering sword. Different from Bai Minghui, the latter did not have much time to react when facing the young tiger lord's attack, so he had only gathered 80% of his power. On the other hand, Yi Chen's sword steps were extremely fast. Not only was he faster than the young tiger lord, but his attack was also much faster. The evil shattering sword flashed once, and a cold star appeared in the void. Shoo! The young tiger lord did not expect that he would be at a disadvantage after making the first move. Seeing that his protective Jinyuan was about to be pierced through, the tail behind him waved out crazily, planning to fight with Yi Chen. He was confident that he would only be lightly wounded at most, while Yi Chen would be heavily wounded. The body of a beast was much more powerful than a human's, but he had miscalculated. As Yi Chen stabbed out with his sword, he immediately took a step back. That long tiger tail brushed past his chest, and that beast's claw did not hurt Yi Chen at all. Chin! Sparks flew everywhere as a round that appeared on the young tiger lord's shoulder. Inside was a shiny armor, which was definitely not a normal one. It might even be a top semi-extreme grade armor, or even a pseudo-extreme grade. Blood leaked out of the corner of his mouth as the young tiger lord licked his lips and swallowed it before saying with a cruel voice, "No wonder you are so arrogant. It turns out that you are unique in your sword arts." Facing Yi Chen's fast sword, he had only suffered a light wound, and that was only because he was wearing a pseudo-extreme grade armor. Such a fast sword art, it is my first time seeing it. The long-haired youngster and the brown-haired lady's eyes brightened. But my power is not just this. Let's see my real power. Young tiger lord's body tumbled in the void, instantly turning into a dozens of meters tall and dozens of meters long silver-white tiger. The tiger tattoo on his forehead looked like king and sky at the same time. A boundless tiger might radiate it out in all directions. The heavenly tiger's bloodline is extremely rich. A true heavenly tiger's fur was platinum, and the silver color was only a step away from the platinum color. It was already very close. After transforming into his true form, young tiger lord's battle strength rose once again. His long tail seemed as if it wanted to tear the space apart, twisting and twisting the space. However, even with his true form, young tiger lord couldn't gain the slightest advantage against Yi Chen. On the contrary, because he was a huge target, sword wounds appeared on his body, making him bleed profusely. Yi Chen's strength not only shocked young tiger lord, but also the geniuses of True Spirit Continent and Blood Sky Continent. True Spirit Continent's geniuses were at least mentally prepared, but Blood Sky Continent's geniuses were seeing Yi Chen for the first time. Seeing Yi Chen beating the fourth-ranked young tiger lord into such a miserable state, how could they not be shocked? Their eyeballs almost popped out of their sockets. I'm afraid this person is not as simple as a famous person of True Spirit Continent. The aquiline-nosed youngster saw through some clues and squinted his eyes. Hee, such strength, there's no need to worry. I'm afraid his strength is not inferior to yours. The brown-haired woman let out a sigh of relief. Yi Chen's performance was indeed astonishing. With only the first layer of life and death chamber, he had suppressed young tiger lord, who was at the peak of the second layer. This was not inferior to the long-haired youngster beside him. It should be known that the long-haired youngster was already at the top of the life and death substitute list 10 years ago, second only to Luo Tiandu. Indeed, there's no need to worry. I just don't know if this is his final battle strength. The long-haired youngster said, "Could it be that this is not his final battle strength?" The brown-haired woman was puzzled. The more young tiger lord fought, the more apprehensive and powerless he became. No matter how he attacked, he couldn't threaten Yi Chen at all. On the contrary, Yi Chen casually waved his sword and left a sword mark on his body. After transforming into his true form, his battle strength had indeed increased, but the pseudo-supreme grade armor had also entered his body, reducing his defense somewhat. Damn it! Young Tiger Lord's hair stood on end as a surging demonic power bombarded Yi Chen, intending to suppress the latter with his higher cultivation base. Waning Moon! Yi Chen's blue robes fluttered as he slashed out. The waning moon sword energy tore apart the demonic power and bombarded young Tiger Lord's body, causing blood to splatter everywhere. Heavenly Tiger Roar! Young Tiger Lord fought a bloody battle and finally used his innate ability in his true form, Heavenly Tiger Roar. Compared to his human form, the current Heavenly Tiger Roar's might was several times stronger. The space warped, distorting the trajectory of Yi Chen's sword. The sound wave containing the will swept across Yi Chen's body. Yi Chen's complexion slightly changed. The Heavenly Tiger's roar caused wrinkles to appear in the space, adding a hidden energy. It was as if he was training his sword underwater. The turbulent water flow affected the sword's trajectory. As for the sound wave containing the will, it was completely ignored by him. With his fifth step destruction sword intent, how could he be injured by a will? Die! Seeing Yi Chen's sword trajectory being affected and deviated, young Tiger Lord laughed heartily and clawed at the air. This claw was powerful enough to shatter rocks. You're the one who's going to die. Strangely, a spatial ripple appeared at Yi Chen's location, counteracting the effect of the Heavenly Tiger Roar. Like a phantom, Yi Chen's sword trajectory adjusted, following young Tiger Lord's flaw and piercing his throat. Young Tiger Lord's voice came to a screeching halt as his eyes opened wide. Stop! Eagle piercing the sky. The hook-nosed youngster roared, and a boundless demonic power surged out of his body, transforming into a demonic eagle and pouncing at Yi Chen. You think my true spirit continent has no one? The long-haired youngster's figure flickered several times faster than the wind. Chapter 847. Rumble. The long-haired young man's speed was way too fast. Although he was quite close to Yi Chen, one was using an energy attack while the other was using a movement art. Logically speaking, the energy attack should have arrived first. However, the long-haired young man managed to arrive before the beast power eagle, shattering it with a palm blade attack. So fast! The hawk-nosed youngster was quite astonished. What a powerful attack! The long-haired youngster was equally astonished. Although he had dispersed the demonic power eagle, his palm had gone numb, and his blood and chi were fluctuating. Who are you? Do you dare state your name? The hawk-nosed youngster coldly said. The long-haired youngster's expression was indifferent. Feng Piaoling, ranked 14th on the life and death substitute list? No wonder he has such strength. The hawk-nosed youngster suddenly understood. The life and death substitute list was filled with young experts. Being ranked 10th, one could well imagine his strength, which was much higher than young Tiger Lord's. Who are you? Feng Piaoling asked. Young Eagle, one of the 8 young beast lords, young Eagle. Feng Piaoling had heard of young Eagle Lord's name. This person was similar to Yi Chen and Dugu Ju of True Spirit Continent. In Blood Sky Continent, his strength was even higher than young Tiger Lord's, and he was unfathomable. It was said that even a young genius ranked 17th on the life and death substitute list was easily defeated by young Eagle Lord. Creak! The sword was pulled out, and blood spurted everywhere as Yi Chen retreated 3 steps. You dare kill me? I'll make you regret it. Young Tiger Lord clutched his neck, his voice hoarse. It seemed like Yi Chen's sword had only pierced his throat, but the powerful destruction sword Qi had already followed the wound and destroyed his vitality, shattering his 5 viscera and 6 bowels. Since you're here, you should prepare to leave early. Yi Qin didn't take young Tiger Lord's threat to heart. If he was afraid of this and that he might as well not come to life and death's secret realm. You just wait. With these 3 words, young Tiger Lord's body gradually faded, eventually disappearing from life and death's secret realm. What a mysterious place. Yi Qin slightly creased his brows. Life and death's secret realm gave them the ability to be reborn from a single drop of blood. Even if they died inside, it wouldn't be the same as dying for real. They would only be teleported out. Of course, teleporting out ahead of time would also be a huge loss. After killing the young Tiger Lord with 1 sword attack, Yi Chen's reputation had risen to a whole new level. There were not many who dared to challenge him. He could even kill the young Tiger Lord, so why would he care about them? You killed young Tiger Lord and made him leave the life and death secret realm ahead of time. Once he leaves, you will be in big trouble. Unfortunately, it is already too late. Young Eagle Lord wasn't boasting shamelessly. Yi Qin and Feng Piaoling joining hands was enough to threaten his life. In any case, he and young Tiger Lord weren't on good terms. However, he couldn't bear to see the people of Blood Sky continent being killed. He looked at Yi Qin as if he was looking at a dead man. Feng Piaoling sneered, Yi Qin also has a life and death king protecting him in true spirit continent. Xianhou you should know. Who in Sky Tiger Master sect dares to disregard Xianhou? He didn't mention Dragon King, because Dragon King had become famous too early and had been very low-key in his later years. He was only famous among life and death kings, unlike Xianhou, who had become famous 20 to 30 years ago. Everyone in Elysium knew her name, especially among the young generation. Xianhou, hearing Feng Piaoling's words, young Tiger Master was indeed astonished. Xianhou was not only the #1 genius of true spirit continent in 1,000 years, but also the #1 genius of Elysium in 1,000 years. Back then, she had been invincible all the way to life and death realm. Her fame was so great that even the deaf could hear it. If Xianhou protected Yi Qin, Sky Tiger Master's sect might not dare to act rashly. Distant water can't put out a nearby fire. Moreover, do you think that the 10 great beast sects of Blood Sky continent will let their kings do as they please? Leaving behind these ruthless words, young Tiger Master turned into a rainbow light and left without any hesitation. Seeing young Tiger Master leave, the other young experts of Blood Sky continent naturally wouldn't stay. They secretly sized up Yi Qin 1 by 1 before whizzing away. Waiting until all the people of Blood Sky continent had left, Feng Piaoling walked in front of Yi Qin. I've wanted to meet you for a long time. I'm Feng Piaoling of Wind Pavilion. Wind Pavilion was one of the 9 great sects of true spirit continent. Together with Evil King's Evil King Pavilion, they were known as the Twin Pavilions. Cauldron King's sects, Ji Hai Rua, the brown-haired woman, also walked over. Although Cauldron King's sect wasn't one of the 9 great sects, it was still a very powerful 5th grade sect. As for Ji Hai Rua, she was ranked 18th on the life and death substitute list. Sky Cloud sect's Yi Qin. Yi Qin nodded with a faint smile and introduced himself. Feng Piaoling chuckled. We all know that you're from Yi family and the supreme elder of Sky Cloud sect. Among the numerous peak geniuses of true spirit continent, your background is the smallest. This is precisely what I admire. The 3 didn't put on airs, so they chatted with each other. Oh right, Yi Qin, you've killed young Tiger Master. I'm afraid that Sky Tiger Master won't ignore it. You'd better be careful. Feng Piaoling reminded Yi Qin. Yeah, although Sky Tiger Master can't contend against mysterious sect, you're in Blood Sky continent after all. The life and death kings of the 2 places rarely interact and rarely visit each other's territory. Ji Hai Rua nodded. Yi Qin smiled bitterly. Not only did I kill young Tiger Master, I also killed young Wolf Master. What? You killed young Wolf Master? I really don't know what to say about you. Ji Hairua's eyes widened. They were different from Yi Qin. After leaving life and death's secret realm, they directly appeared on true spirit continent. Therefore, even if they killed the geniuses of Blood Sky Continent and made them leave life and death's secret realm ahead of time, the forces of Blood Sky Continent wouldn't dare to come to true Spirit Continent to settle accounts with them. However, Yi Qin came from Blood Sky Continent. Sigh. Foam Piaoling shook his head, unable to help. I'll take it one step at a time. Perhaps I'll be able to pass this hurdle. Yi Qin wasn't a person who was afraid of trouble. He was confident that as long as his cultivation base reached the third layer, he would be able to contend even if he encountered a life and death king. After all, compared to ordinary life and death kings, he didn't fall behind in many aspects. On the contrary, he even surpassed them. For example, fifth step destruction, sword intent, and profound martial skills. The only things he lacked were Zhenyuan and physical strength. I hope so. In their hearts, Foam Piaoling and Ji Hairua didn't want Yi Qin to fall. It would be too much of a pity for such a genius to die. Yi Qin, many thanks. Bai Minghui's injuries weren't that serious, and the life and death secret realm had a healing effect as well. After recovering, Bai Minghui cupped his fists toward Yi Qin. It's nothing. We're from true spirit continent, and internal competition is internal competition. Encountering this kind of thing, I naturally won't just stand by and watch. Yi Qin said. You're right. Bai Minghui had a new understanding of Yi Qin. In his heart, he didn't just view him as a rival, but also as a friend. Afterward, Yi Qin chatted with Situ Hao for a while. Situ Hao and Yi Qin also had some conflicts, but they had turned the hostility into friendship and exchanged martial skills. As soon as the event ended, an intense battle was taking place on the other side of the inner area. There were no onlookers. The two sides were a man and a woman. The man had a muscular build, and his shoulders were wide and his legs were long. His aura was extremely aggressive, and it was not any weaker than Chu Zhongtian's. His weapons were two swords. In his right hand was a huge sword that was almost as long as his body, and in his left was a thin sword. The two swords were one big and one small, one wide and one thin. When combined, it was flawless. The woman was a gentle and beautiful woman in golden robes. If Yi Qin were here, he would certainly feel his heart palpitate, because this golden-robed woman was none other than Su Jing, who had disappeared for many years. At this moment, apart from being gentle and quiet, Su Jing also had a trace of domineeringness, a domineeringness that was different from men. Boom! 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 The battle between the two was intense and violent. It was like countless shooting stars clashing together. Eat my sword! The bulky young man held the huge sword in his right hand and slashed down with all his might. The sword light was extremely huge, and before it even reached its target, a dozens of miles long sword pit had already appeared on the ground. Dang! Su Jing's fist landed on the huge sword, causing sparks to fly everywhere. Her power seemed light, but it almost made the bulky young man lose his grip on the huge sword. Su Jing's fist seemed to contain a huge mountain and a vast ocean. How can this woman have such a horrifying power? The bulky young man was shocked. He could tell that Su Jing was a body training expert, and not just a normal one at that. But he himself was also a body training expert. In his eyes, Su Jing's fist power was extremely horrifying, and his sword arts could not be connected at all. I, Marquis Sword Tyrant, don't believe that I can't deal with you. Marquis Sword Tyrant came from another continent, the Sky Sword Continent. He was one of the 10 swords of the Sky Sword Continent's youth generation, and specialized in slaughter Sword Dao's dual swords. Ordinary strongest half-step kings wouldn't even have the qualifications to make him use dual swords. However, Su Jing's strength had already surpassed his imagination. If he didn't use dual swords, he wouldn't even be able to take 3 moves. Assassination sword. The instant he lost his balance, Marquis, sword tyrant, thrust the thin sword in his left hand toward Su Jing's forehead. The sword light was dim and indistinct, making it easy to overlook. Without even looking, Su Jing flicked the thin sword with her finger. Clang! The thin sword bounced off. Raising her right leg high, Su Jing chopped down on Marquis, sword tyrant's chest. Pum! Like a cannonball, Marquis, sword tyrant was sent flying. His peak pseudo-supreme great armor seemed to have caved in a little, and many of his ribs were broken. Spurting out a mouthful of blood, he turned into a bloody rainbow. Damn it! How can she be so powerful? Marquis, sword tyrant, was unwilling to accept this outcome. He forcefully suppressed his retreating figure, but the recoil made him spurt out another mouthful of blood. His complexion was incomparably pale. My most powerful move is the Slaughter Star, which was created based on the Slaughter Sword Dao. Die! Taking a deep breath, Marquis, sword tyrant, leaped up. Looking down from above, he crossed his 2 swords and furiously slashed down. The flickering sword light interweaved into a cross, looking like twinkling stars in the sky. Stars shattering fist. Standing in place without moving, Su Jing's long hair fluttered without any wind, looking like dancing flames. As she punched out, the space became still, and the sky suddenly darkened. Starlight flickered everywhere, as if she had arrived in the starry sky. Shortly after, a star shattered, and the location of that star was precisely Marquis, sword tyrant's position. Marquis, sword tyrant's figure gradually faded. One could see a huge hole in his chest, but there was no blood flowing out. Raising her eyes, Su Jing said indifferently, "Both of you are sword artists, but your sword arts are far inferior to another." The image of Yi Qin flashed through her mind. Who is he? Marquis, sword tyrant, really wanted to ask who Su Jing was talking about. Unfortunately, he was already dead, and when he next appeared, he would be in the sky, sword continent. Chapter 848. The reason they came to the secret realm was to get life and death stones. If there were too many of them, the efficiency would be lower. Therefore, Yi Qin and Feng Piaoling did not hunt the evil spirits together and soon separated. In the inner area, there were many life and death evil spirits. Sometimes there were even 2 or 3 life and death evil spirits gathered together. Sometimes there were some strange life and death evil spirits, such as ghost evil spirits without a specific shape or self-explosion evil spirits. These evil spirits might not be powerful, but they were hard to defend against. Shoo! The sword light flashed through a misty evil spirit. The evil spirit disappeared, and a life and death stone floated in the air. Finally got the second life and death stone. After separating from Feng Piaoling and the rest for half a month, Yi Qin was able to kill 1 or 2 life and death evil spirits every day. After half a month, he had killed 24 life and death evil spirits, and only now did he obtain the second one. It was not easy at all. I need 2 life and death stones to get from the first to the second level. I still need 1 more to be able to enter the second level. With a wave of Zhenyuan in his palm, the life and death stone merged into his body as Yi Qin thought to himself, "Let's find the life and death bridge first." He needed to find the life and death bridge first. There were only 4 life and death bridges in the inner area that led to the core area, which were not as many as the outer area and the inner area. On the way, Yi Chen suddenly stopped. In the distance, an unwilling roar was heard. Why? 2 life and death stones still could not help me enter the life and death chamber? Could it be that my potential is not as good as others? It was a normal-looking teenager who had made the roar. His cultivation was not low at all, having reached the top half-step king warrior level. His genuine was quite rich as well. Shaking his head, Yi Chen had seen this scene for the second time. Although the people who came to the life and death secret realm were all top young martial geniuses with great potential, not everyone could make a breakthrough smoothly. Besides a small part of luck, it also had to do with an unstable foundation. Therefore, every time the life and death secret realm opened, although half of the people could get life and death stones, only a quarter of them could make a breakthrough. After spending 3 days, Yi Chen found the life and death bridge that led to the core area. There was not a single person beside it. Taking a step forward, Yi Chen arrived at the bridge. Buzz, 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 buzz. This was different from the life and death bridge that connected the outer region to the inner region. The stone statues on this life and death bridge roared, sending ripples of sound waves towards Yi Chen. Aside from being extremely powerful, these sound waves could also numb one's body and cause their quintessence to become unstable. If one was not careful, they would immediately be injured by the sound waves. I am afraid that without the peak of the first level of the life and death challenge, it would be hard to cross this bridge. The sound waves are way too powerful. Yi Chen was struggling. In terms of strength, he was naturally not at the peak of the first layer of life and death challenge. However, in terms of cultivation base, he was already at this realm. The sound waves emitted by the stone statue contained life and death chi. Every time it vibrated, it was an exchange of life and death chi. Energy attacks and protective genuine could not completely shatter the sound waves. Therefore, the requirement for cultivation base was extremely high. Too slow. By relying on his cultivation, Yi Chen could indeed cross the life and death bridge. However, it would consume a great deal of quintessential essence. Moreover, there was no need to look for trouble. He released his sword domain, and the sound waves were immediately neutralized. Yi Chen's body flickered as he crossed the bridge. How could that guy cross the bridge so easily? Far behind him, a young genius noticed the scene on the bridge, and a trace of doubt flashed through his face. As far as he knew, even geniuses at the second layer of life and death chamber would not be able to cross the bridge easily. As for those at the third layer, it would be quite easy, but they would not be like Yi Chen, whose body flashed and flew across the bridge. He did not see the scene of Yi Chen struggling. Could it be that there is something wrong with this bridge? A joyful expression flashed through the young man's face. Shoo! Without any hesitation, the young man flew over and jumped onto the bridge. Buzz! Merely 2 rings of sound waves were enough to send the young man flying back while puking blood. The powerful vibrations even tore apart his clothes, leaving him naked. Phut! Playing with me. The young man howled miserably. Phut! How can the evil spirits here be so powerful? Somewhere in the core area, a young genius at the peak of the first layer of life and death challenge was pierced through by a snake-shaped evil spirit and sent out of the secret realm. If I had known earlier, I would not have come to the core area. Too powerful. These evil spirits are simply monstrous. This scene was happening everywhere. Those who were killed were first layer life and death challenge and second layer life and death challenges. High-level evil spirits? Exterminating a life and death evil spirit with difficulty. Young Eagle, Lord muttered to himself. The life and death evil spirits in the secret realm did not have any ranks. However, the people who entered had divided them into 4 ranks. They were low-level evil spirits, mid-level evil spirits, high-level evil spirits, and peak evil spirits. Low-level evil spirits usually appeared in the outer area, mid-level evil spirits in the inner area, and high-level and peak evil spirits in the core area. Low and mid-level evil spirits were not very strong. High-level evil spirits had the strength of the second layer, while the stronger ones had reached the third layer. As for peak-level evil spirits, they were not existences that could be killed by a single person. Even existences like young Elephant Lord and young Undying Demon Lord would have to flee upon encountering peak-level evil spirits to avoid being exhausted to death. In the past 1,000 years, only a few people could kill a peak evil spirit alone, and one of them was precisely Xianhou. I was careless. Near the center of the core area, an unwilling expression flickered on Lu Wujian's face. His waist had been cut into two, and his body was gradually fading away. Not far behind him stood a humanoid evil spirit with a long horn on its head. Its figure was extremely clear, and its skin was like scales. If it had intelligence, it would not be an exaggeration to regard it as a living being. The savage aura it emitted was too frightening. In fact, if Lu Wujian had been a bit more cautious, he would have had the opportunity to escape the moment he encountered this life and death evil spirit. However, he didn't. He thought that by relying on the life and death stone and raising his cultivation base to the second layer of life and death chamber, he would be able to walk unhindered in life and death's secret realm. He was wrong. I almost died. In another location, Yan Feng let out a breath and looked into the distance with lingering fear. That life and death evil spirit was extremely frightening. If not for her speed, she would not have been able to escape in a battle. Something's wrong. Why are peak evil spirits so easy to encounter this time? I remember last time there were only a few of them in the core area. Luo Tiandu's face was full of confusion. Could it be because the quality of the geniuses this time is too high and the number is too many? Luo Tiandu thought of a possibility, worthy of being a high-rank evil spirit. Killing low-rank and mid-rank evil spirits did not require much effort from Yi Qin. Although it was still easy for him to kill high-rank evil spirits, it was impossible for him to do so without any effort, especially the ghost evil spirits and the self-exploding evil spirits. Even young warriors at the third layer of life and death challenge would find themselves in a difficult situation if they were careless. The core area was not that big, and the number of evil spirits was not as big as the inner area. However, they were very densely distributed. Along the way, Yi Qin saw a lot of people being killed by high-rank evil spirits and teleported out of life and death secret realm. Those who were able to survive were all elites among elites. Facing two high-rank evil spirits, Yi Qin waved his hand, and the broken blood sword turned into 33 sword shadows, shooting out like lightning. Puff, 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 puff. The two high-rank evil spirits were riddled with holes, even though they were several li away. A life and death stone floated in the air. Life and death stone. Dozens of li away, two figures were flying in the sky. They sensed the life and death aura coming from the stone, and their eyes brightened. "Kid, if you don't want to die, get lost." One of them yelled at Yi Qin. Yi Qin ignored him completely. He stretched out his palm, and a powerful suction force appeared. The life and death stone fell into Yi Qin's hand with a swish. The third life and death stone. A smile appeared on Yi Qin's face as he fused the stone into his body. "You are courting death." Both of them were young geniuses at the second layer of life and death challenge, while Yi Qin was only at the first layer. They originally thought that Yi Qin would be afraid of their strength and give up on this life and death stone. Who would have thought that Yi Qin would not give them any face at all? Boom! Zhan Yuan burst out of the two's bodies, and their auras rushed toward Yi Qin, intending to launch a fierce attack. Standing where he was without moving, Yi Qin looked at the two coldly. Awoo! Right at this moment, the ground loosened, and a huge wolf evil spirit broke out of the ground, blocking the two's path. The giant wolf evil spirit was as large as a small mountain. The fur on its body was vivid and lifelike, and the savage aura it emitted was almost tangible, thick like ink. Compared to it, high-grade evil spirits were not even worth mentioning, and would definitely be killed in an instant. How can there be a peak-level evil spirit here? The two were horrified, and their eyes were wide open. Run! One of them yelled and flew away, not daring to face the evil spirit. However, the evil spirit's speed was much faster than theirs, and the distance between them was not too far. In a few blinks of an eye it had caught up. Poochie! With a wave of its right claw, one of them was torn into two halves. Its body collided, and the other turned into a blood mist. The battle strength of the evil spirit was completely above the peak of the third layer of life and death challenge. There was no doubt about it. This is a peak-level evil spirit. Yi Chen sucked in a deep breath, his expression incomparably solemn. After killing the two, the evil spirit turned its head and locked its cruel gaze on Yi Chen. Although it had no intelligence, it could feel that Yi Chen was different from others. Others would run away upon encountering such an existence, and no one would dare to stay. However, Yi Chen did so. Swish! The evil spirit bent its hind legs and shot over. In Battle King's memories, there was information about peak-level evil spirits. Although Battle King was astonishingly talented, when he first entered Life and Death's secret realm, he had spent an entire day to kill a peak-level evil spirit. From this, one could see how powerful and frightening peak-level evil spirits were.